What a long, strange trip it's been. And we may be arriving at a destination tonight, or we may not. A lot of folks say the election of 2024, which has seen assassination attempts, indictments, a coup d'etat on the Democrat side. A lot of folks say we'll know tonight the resolution of this historic race. Others say we'll be waiting for days as ballots are counted in close, contested states. But this has been an election unlike any other. Uh, we've covered it unlike any other here at FITSNEWS, and we're capping it with tonight's live election broadcast, our first ever live election broadcast. Before we start, I want to thank a couple folks. Dylan Nolan, our director of special projects, he has gone above and beyond to set this studio up, set the live stream up that we're operating on. Jen Wood, she's gone over and above with our graphics and our maps that you're going to see on the screen behind me tonight. It's just been an incredible team effort by everybody here at FITSNEWS. But I want to also thank somebody who took the time to join us tonight, somebody that I go way back with, not always friendly. Sometimes there have been some punches thrown between us, but somebody who agreed to come on this show who has an absolute wealth of knowledge. We were so grateful the other night to have Robert Cahaley, the famed national pollster, come in here. But tonight for election night, we've got an incredibly special guest, somebody whose name just inspires reverence here in South Carolina. Rick Quinn, former House Majority Leader, one of the top political strategists in the history of the Palmetto State, and of course, the son of the legendary Richard Quinn. Rick, thank you for being here, man.
Thanks for having me, Will. It's going to be fun.
Before we get going, and I know we're just a few minutes away from the returns starting to come in, but I wanted to ask you, this is the first election since your father passed earlier this year. Um, and I know this is a tough one to start with, but if your dad were here looking at this landscape tonight, what do you think he'd be thinking right about now?
Go Trump.
Go
Go
Trump. You
Trump.
think
Oh
he'd be
yeah.
calling a Trump victory?
Yeah, it's tough, because this is, we would have been talking every day, you know, pretty much for the whole election cycle. And it's I I think, Dad cut his teeth helping the Reagan campaign in 1980 and did all of Reagan Southeastern Television. And so I think he would probably say this might be as big a moment tonight as that was,
Oh wow.
because it was a change for the Republican Party. And I think that's probably what we're going to see tonight, nationally.
Well, let me ask you this, and I know we got some maps. I don't know, are we? I'll have to ask Dylan if we're ready to go to some of these maps. But before we came on, before we started this broadcast, all of us participated tonight. Dylan, you, and me. We even got Jen Wood, the graphic maven, to do a map. But I think we got some of these maps. Maybe we can start pulling some of them up, Dylan. Let's go to Rick's first if we can. And we are going to have an interactive map that we'll be updating throughout the night as races get called. But Rick, as we look at these swing states, obviously you are bullish on Trump winning most of these swing states. Tell me why.
Just honestly, just the pollsters that I've been talking to that I've worked with in my career, and I think it's all of them are so close. It's really hard. The part of me wanted just to go copy the Oracle's Robert Cahaley's map and just do that, but because some of them were 1, 2 points. I mean, they're literally two pollsters that I really respect. They have Michigan. They had three different samples over 2 weeks, and the lead swapped three times,
Oh, wow.
just with a point or two. So Michigan is really close, and then most of the states are like that. So you're having to, we're making predictions and guesses based on trends. And polling is it's a shot in time, and very often you're seeing a movement of numbers that really is a progression. So it's like trying to blink when you see somebody running by you. They may be way past you, and so some of what I'm doing is just based on the idea that the numbers have been tightening over the last few weeks, and she had a honeymoon right after the convention. The love affair the media has had with her that wore off, and so the numbers got closer and closer. And in some cases, in many cases, Trump pulled ahead, very so slightly. So that would seem to be a trend to me.
Hmm. Michigan, you're right. That was the one state Cahaley declined to call. He's actually sitting right here. We were,
Oh, is that right? Huh?
yeah, we pressed him on all 7 states. He called each one of them, but he said Michigan was the one he
Yeah,
couldn't pick.
the repulsor that I respect the most that was in Michigan. I think it was 2 nights ago. Had at one point Trump by one
Oh
point,
wow.
but he had Kamala up by two just 48 hours before. So
Oh wow.
yeah, it's just crazy how, and of course, early voting's affected this. I mean, I've seen some districts. I haven't looked at the statewide numbers, but close to 50% of people early voting. So they would be factored into these polls you're seeing and have already cast their vote. And so, some people, sometimes when you have a long period of time of early voting, things can happen that won't affect those votes because they're already cast. And that's one of the downsides of having these early voting starting so early, that issues that develop or things that may come out about various candidates are it's too late with some people because they already cast their vote.
Yeah, we're looking at Florida's election lab. They've been tracking this early voting phenomenon. The University of Florida's election lab, 85.9 million early votes cast
Wow.
this cycle. Just unbelievable. But the breakdown, obviously not all of those early votes are in states that track registration by party, but in the states that do, there are 42.8 million early votes, 37.5% Democrat, 35.7% Republican, 26.7% unaffiliated. Rick, is that surprising that that big a percentage of Republicans voted early?
It is, and depending on the state, sometimes it's easier to register by party than others. Others, there's this test you have to do. You have to go to meetings, and so it depends on the state. But yeah, that's very surprising. And of course, in South Carolina, we've only been this. We've had one election cycle, but it was a low turnout election. This is clearly going to be a big turnout. So it's really, we don't have a comp, so to speak, for early voting in South Carolina. Not really, just because this is the first time that we've had out in the open early voting. We had early voting, but it was kind of an absentee thing where
It's
you had
a hybrid.
yeah, you had to go and say you had work, or maybe some cases just not be honest about not wanting to come to the precinct on election day. But I've been voting in my precinct, and the lady that runs my box lives in my neighborhood and is a close friend of mine. So I voted today just because it was a tradition for me and my son to go get a picture, and there was no wait. There was no wait, and which is it was not that way just in 2020. It was a line. So it's interesting. It's going to be an interesting night to see kind of how all this flushes out.
Yeah, I went right on the dot at 7 out at River Springs precinct here in Northwest Columbia.
I used to represent that precinct, folks, many years ago.
I had about a 30-minute wait.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. But and again, I think one of the things people are asking is, will that huge Republican early vote cannibalize the Republican vote on election day?
That's exactly the term I use. Some of my friends that have showed me polls and asked me for my opinion, and I looked at the early voting. It looks like, for example, we're always worried about the racial composition of votes, and typically African American voters utilize early voting more than white voters, and so this year it's parity. So what does that mean? Does that mean is there going to be, or are they going to stay at parity on election day or not? And I'm of the opinion, unless we see early returns that show a record turnout even higher than 2020, that we were cannibalizing the white voters that would typically vote on election day. And I've seen that with my friends, just anecdotally. All my Republican friends in Lexington, a lot of them went to the polls early, and so that would be my expectation. But we could be shocked. I mean, there's been, like you said earlier, so many crazy things happen. 2 assassination attempts, switching candidates. These, 30 million viewers watching debates, 30, 40 million viewers. Maybe this is a bigger turnout than we've ever seen. It's possible.
Well, let's look at your map now. We got it up on the screen here with your smiling mug in the corner.
That's an old picture. It's the best one I had.
Looks pretty good. Walk us through how you came up with your map. Kind of give us the breakdown.
So, I think as we're watching election night, the ones that I have for Trump that had me nervous, but I'm pretty confident, would be North Carolina. And I really thought long and hard about that. And I ended up calling some friends of mine just before I got here, and they all feel like comfortable about it. There's been a big concern about North Carolina because the storm and all of the issues tore a swath of corridor through really what is essentially reliable Republican vote. So there's been some concern that they would have a hard time turning out or maybe be distracted. But early on, at least from what I've been hearing from my friends, a
lot of people died up there.
Exactly. We've been talking about that.
We've been getting grief for talking about that.
Well, I think y'all are probably right. I think that crown is a heck of a lot higher than anybody's saying right now. But that could affect the turnout. But what's going on anecdotally, at least from what I've heard, is that vote it showed. It showed, and so that's why I went red on North Carolina. Georgia, I used to own a farm in Georgia, and in 2020 I saw the problems that Trump had in Atlanta because I was in and out of Georgia a lot. But this year I just think that was a COVID year, and I also think that the rural vote. I had a farm in Meadow, Georgia. And going down there and talking to the folks that I used to work with, there's a lot of excitement about the Trump ticket. So I think he's going to win Georgia. So the swing states are really the only. I just think Trump's is, again, that's that thing I talked about earlier, where it was getting closer and closer, and she had a little lead. All of a sudden they're at parity, and then Trump pulled ahead by a point or two. So all of them, for me, with the exception of Nevada and Michigan, were easy to call. And just if you're going to use that as a metric, that swap of the vote, her lead goes away, all of a sudden he's ahead by a point or two. Michigan, that's just a tough nut to crack. It has a very diverse, there's a lot of Muslim voters in that district. There's been polling that has had, in that state, I should say, there's been polling that has them all over the place. And it just looks to me, I just, in my opinion, it's eventually going to come to Kamala. To Harris. And so that's why Michigan was the one swing state I thought he was going to have a problem with. Now, Nevada's another one. The Nevada could be, the hyper-organized unions in Nevada, high rural turnout, and the early voting has given a lot of people hope for Trump in Nevada. I'm subscribing to that. However, to me, that's another one that she could pick off pretty easily, just because it's such a hyper-organized union vote. Trump broke into that vote early on, but from the polling I've seen, they've beaten those union members into submission. I think that the leadership has, and we'll see. I'm still calling it for him, but it's going to be tight.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That was the union organization was one of the things Cahaley was pointing to as well, and he was picking Nevada for Harris because of that.
Yeah, I just think from what I saw and from what I've heard, the early voting in the rural areas in Nevada have been just off the charts. Wow. So I'm rolling the dice against the oracle that it might be that's going to be Trump.
Well, I am too, Dylan. If you could pull up my map, I am. I'm out here. Let's see if we can get it pulled up. We'll get Rick's handsomeness up here and get my we'll get my shiny bald head up there in a minute.
That's from 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, there it is.
So you have a recent picture. It's
I got the chrome dome, but so obviously I am buying all in on the hidden Trump vote, and I'll explain I'll justify my map here. I believe that Trump has outperformed the polls in both of the past two elections.
It's true.
I think that hidden Trump vote is still there. And I think as Cahaley said on the show the other day, he thinks it's going to be bigger because it's motivated now more by fear than embarrassment, as it was in the earlier cycles. Here's another thing that I think. We've got these polarizing issues that draw the base on the Democratic side, whether it's abortion, or the base on the Republican side, immigration, for example. I think a lot of the undecideds in the middle who are trying to make their mind up when they go in there, I honestly think they're asking themselves, was it better for me 4 years ago? And then second, who do I think will make it better for me 4 years from now? Mm-hmm. And I think they know the answer to those questions. So I'm really rolling the dice here. I'm going all in. I've got even New Hampshire. I'm going to call that an upset. So,
well, I got a little vignette about New Hampshire. And in 2008, McCain had won New Hampshire, and I was working with the presidential campaign for McCain in 2008. And all of the staffers and media came in to our offices, and we had that little restaurant bar, and we were just packed in there talking. And in 2000 I had given some time to McCain in New Hampshire, and I bought a black friend, an African American friend, with me. And I sort of, people talk about the South and how racist the South can be. Mm-hmm. New Hampshire, in my entire life of living in South Carolina, I never had somebody tell me they wouldn't serve a black person. Really? It happened in New Hampshire. And so,
oh man,
yeah.
What year was this?
It was 2000. So in 2008, everybody was saying Obama's winning New Hampshire. Obama's winning New Hampshire. And they came in there, and I just said, look, I don't think that's happening, because I spent 2 weeks on the ground there, and let me tell you what happened.
Oh wow!
I don't think they're voting for a black man.
Really?
And she won it, and it was totally, Clinton won, and it totally shocked the press corps, and it really reinvigorated temporarily.
That's the Democratic primary.
Yeah, and that's when Clobberin came in and kind of saved the day for Obama, is what everybody's saying anyway. Yeah. So
he's saved the day for a few Democrats, hasn't he?
He has, and so I hear what you're saying there, but so I don't discount it. But the New Hampshire polling I've seen, and there's not been a lot of it, because the other thing that's gotten in your favor, Will, that I noticed on this was, Kamala and Biden spent a day in the waning days of the campaign in New Hampshire. And that's not something you do unless you're worried about it. And of course, Biden, that's his backyard.
Oh yeah.
So she didn't want him anywhere except for there, probably because that's his backyard where he grew up. And there's a lot of, he was very popular in New Hampshire for a long period of time.
So
you got a lot of logic to that calling that.
I want to get Dylan's map up here. Dylan's pulling his own map up, but while we're pulling that up, I want to ask you this question because I don't know if you noticed, Jill Biden went to vote today.
I didn't see this.
Jill Biden went to vote in Delaware, and of course, she's been stumping ostensibly for the Harris Waltz ticket, but she showed up to vote in a bright red jacket and bright red pantsuit. Rick, are they trolling? I mean, what is going on?
Wouldn't you?
I mean,
wouldn't you? If you thought you did a good job as president, and then the palace coup that occurred.
Yeah. I'm glad you agree with me on that. A lot of I say coup, people think I'm crazy.
No, it was. That's what it was, and it's. I think that's damaged the Democratic Party brand this year for sure. I mean, they should have had an active, vigorous effort and give other people shots, but they just kind of anointed her and over a matter of days took out the incumbent president. So that's going to bring negative within the party on its own. Whether, look, I'm not a big Biden fan. I never have been, but if you're in the Democratic Party, there's going to be a base of support he has that's mad that he's not their candidate, no matter how small you think it is. So that's something that I think also affected her in this race personally.
Yeah.
And they're sending that signal. I think you can't, that's not a mistake.
I didn't think it was, and he's been kind of trolling her and stepping on her toes over the last couple of weeks. And I thought that red suit that his wife wore to vote was kind of like the cherry on top. But I think we got Dylan's map up here, kind of tracking your map, Rick. Very similar.
So what are Dylan's states that are surprises?
He's got Michigan going for Kamala. He's got Nevada. The only difference, I think, in his map with our map, he's got Nevada going for Kamala, whereas you and I both had it.
I think that's absolutely logical. That was just a gut move. What do you
Is Dylan?
I'll take absolutely logical because it was about a gut play. I was really on the knife's edge. I went back and forth with Jennifer on this one. Like I sent her results, and then 20 minutes later said, "I'll scratch a couple." But after having the Oracle himself in here, I can't deviate too far from that because he certainly knows better than I.
Well, you got the Oracle, but then you also have, I think Atlas is another very respected polling firm.
Proven, certainly.
And, so they had Nevada tightening for Trump in their recent numbers. And so that was one of the reasons I kind of.
And that was actually the one that I flip-flopped on. I saw your map and I was like, oh man, should I do it? But then
Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of these pollsters, they'll use what's predictive dialing or internet text. Some of them use panels where they bring in voters to talk to them and have lengthy conversations. And I don't trust those collection methods. And maybe it's maybe I'm old school, but I just think you ought to call registered voters. You need to put the money in to buy a registered voters list, look at their voter history, ask them questions that kind of give you an indication of their intent to vote. And Atlas typically does that. They don't always do it because sometimes the voter lists are hard to get. And in some states, you can register the day of.
Oh, yeah.
When you're
Wisconsin, absolutely.
So, that makes polling really difficult if you can just show up and vote. But that's why I like Atlas, because they use mostly registered voter files. They don't use a lot of panels or internet or email kind of collections.
And by the way, Atlas's final poll of the 2024 cycle had Trump winning all 7 battlegrounds.
Yes.
So,
and folks should know you're not just pulling this out of your butt. I mean, they were the most accurate pollster in 2020.
Yes,
they were.
And I think anybody that does what I do, if they're being honest, I think Robert's got a great reputation too. I'm not downplaying it, but Atlas would have been the one that came out last year smelling like roses for sure.
Oh, yeah. And Robert's not perfect. He's missed some races. He missed a couple in 2022. There's no doubt. I mean,
look, it's you hear margin of error, and what they never say. Statisticians, and I had a professor in college. I actually took polling classes, and this guy was brilliant. And he would say, the margin of error is not just there. It's not just that. They call it the confidence interval. So it's another thing they put on top of the margin of error that says, I'm 95% confident that this is right within 5%.
Within that margin.
Yeah. Look, you get bad samples, and, honestly, a lot of times they'll assign a margin of error that is just not right. You hear them say 3 points margin of error. That's almost never true. The margin of error is affected not just by the number of people you call, but it's also affected by the disparaging differences. So if, for example, in this race, 50-50. You know, it's within 1 point. The margin of error ticks up 2 or 3 percentage points if it's within 50-50. But if it's 60-40, it's a lot lower margin of error. So, you know, they try to blanket the poll with that, and I just, you know, it's a tough. Anybody that gets it wrong, they're not bad at what they do. It's an art form that sometimes, even if you do everything right, you won't get the number right.
Yeah.
So,
well, and you and your father obviously have polled a few presidential races in your time, quite a few.
we were the oracle before the oracle.
Yeah, you were.
So. Yeah.
Good. Take us back to one that surprised you. What was the presidential race where you woke up?
The Obama year, no doubt.
Really?
Oh yeah, and it was early voting. You know, I had a couple races, and the one that strikes me the most is D. Compton, who was running in Greenwood for the Senate. He won election day by a large number, but lost the early voting by such. We went to bed thinking we had won and got up, and the poll was totally off because we, first of all. African-American voters are very tough to poll. They've got a lot of historical reasons not to want to share their personal political views with with strangers. But, and then secondly, you know, the early voting, we didn't, like today, you know, they were given daily dumps on people that had voted early. There was no such thing back then. You could go in and look at the lists and by hand and kind of mark them down. So the Obama year, that was probably the one that surprised me the most because of the wave of early voting that was within the African American community, and it was the one election where they actually turned out in excess of their population. So what I mean by that is if a district had 30% African American in it, they were turning out 31, 32, 33, 34 percentage points, and that doesn't sound like much, but it's a big deal in a general election. Well,
Rick, we've got a real shocker here to start off our first state call tonight. I know this is going to shock everybody. Vermont went Democratic. You know, they got a socialist U.S. senator, but the Associated Press, New York Times, a bunch of folks, even with none of the vote really in, they're calling Vermont for Kamala Harris. So we're going to go ahead and put that up. Shocking. We got a map here, but there are two states. Again, these are not going to surprise anybody. Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. Indiana with its 11 electoral votes, both going to Trump. 14% of the vote in Indiana. Trump's up 61-37.
Wow.
Pretty big margin. In Kentucky, meanwhile, we've got about 8% of the vote in. Trump up 71-28. Obviously, I think those margins will move closer.
But it's really not fair to look at those states, you know, I mean, because this whole popular vote argument to me just infuriates me because Trump, they're making strategic decisions to not compete in states where the likelihood of success is low. So obviously, you know, that's one of the reasons why this popular vote, which I think Kamala might have the popular vote by a point or so, just in my guess. I'm guessing.
Sure.
But it's not really fair because he didn't spend a single dollar in California, for example, not a single dollar in New York. No, almost zero time in any of these other states. So the effect of that would be just those voters aren't necessarily seeing, you know, what the swing state voters are seeing.
Yeah.
So it's you know, those numbers are really, to me, strategically meaningless because neither campaign really ran an effort there.
Yeah, and obviously neither campaign really spent a lot of time or money in South Carolina. You know, the primaries here are where the game is at. We make the kings, make the queens in the primary, and then, you know, it's left to other swing states to figure it out.
So we understand that, you know, I mean, in other words, we understand the idea that, you know, that because we've seen so much, I mean, heck, there were times when you could not turn on the TV and see a regular commercial because all the political ads have been purchased by different candidates. And so we get that here.
While we wait for some of these results to come in, and I want to ask you a couple questions, Rick, let me ask you this. How shocking is it that Donald Trump on election night 2024 is even within striking distance? I mean, this is a guy who coming out of 2022 was in real trouble. Folks were blaming him for the Republican Party's underperformance during the last election, the red wave, which never materialized. They blamed Trump for that. Ron DeSantis and others looked to be very credible opponents. DeSantis was within single digits at one point and appeared to have a ton of support. When did it change for Trump? When did Trump solidify his hold over the GOP? And how has he managed to keep it with so many Republicans, Nikki Haley, Liz Cheney, the Romneys? How does he make it this far with that much dissension on the Republican side?
It's a lot of to me is a lot of complicated metrics to it. I mean, first of all, in 2016, he bought a new base of voters to the Republican Party, and those folks have stuck with him, and it's significant. And I saw it, doing door to door, just as a candidate. You take a voter list and you go into a neighborhood to talk to likely voters, and I would notice there'd be a Trump sign in the yard, and I'm looking at my list, and the name wasn't on the list, and so they had registered to vote for him. So those folks came in, and I think they continue to. It's not as big as it was in 2016, but I think the other thing, I really believe this kind of coordinated effort, to go after him in court, and 4 prosecutions around the country. So this guy never had any problem with the law, but all of a sudden, right before a presidential election, he's got 4 states. And I think for the most part, voters they're smart, and I think they saw through it, and I think that turned them off. And then the other thing I think that's really fascinating to me is watching the Democratic Party implode. They've never, it was kind of commonplace discussion to say, well, you got to be on the left for the Democratic Party, and then you tack to the middle. Left in their primary, then you tack to the middle. Same with the Republicans, and they never really tacked. She just didn't do it in a convincing way. I mean, she tried to back off some of her earlier positions, never really overtly, but having her staff come out and say, well, she's reversing her position on fracking, or, for example, all the cultural issues and culture wars that she's involved herself with. That the Democratic Party lost sight of the fact that they needed to speak to a larger group of voters that they don't govern with, and they sure as heck didn't campaign with this time.
Florida just dropped about 5 million votes, Rick. 42% of the vote in Florida. We're looking at Donald Trump, 52%, Kamala Harris, 47%. That's with about, again, 5 million votes in. Looking at it, looks like there are different parts of the state. Not sure exactly where the cross section is here. Obviously, Trump expected to win Florida, but one of the things we've been told to keep an eye on, what is his margin in Florida? Because that could impact how Georgia plays, how North Carolina plays, how New Hampshire plays, and obviously the big state here that everyone's focused on, a state that if you don't win it, your path to victory becomes incredibly difficult, is the state of Pennsylvania. All of us here have it going for Trump based on the polls we've seen. Rick, do you see a path to victory for Donald Trump if he doesn't win Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I think in my mind, if he wins this North Carolina and Georgia, any swing state outside of Nevada puts him over. So Wisconsin, Michigan, which we've talked about being a tough road to hoe, but if he were to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, he wins the race, assuming he wins Georgia and North Carolina. Interesting statistic that I checked out. No candidate for president has won the presidency without winning at least 2 southern states. So if she only wins Virginia, I just think it's going to be really hard for her to run the table. Let's assume everybody's wrong about the swing states. She would have to win all of them if she loses both Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah,
he only has to win one. So the math's in his favor.
Yeah, the blue wall has got to go for her, all of it.
That's right.
If he wins one of those, she's in trouble. Because
and when I've thrown that around before, no candidate has won without winning at least 2 southern states. People say, well, that's just such an arbitrary thing. But no, look, the South is more conservative. There's no question. To me, it's a canary in the coal mine for the Democratic Party. They're not campaigning in a way that allows them to win 2, 3, 4 southern states, and because of that's giving up a conservative voter that they're all over the country. There's more of them in the South. And so to me, that's proof if she doesn't win North Carolina or Georgia, that she didn't speak to any of the swing voters that kind of will determine this election.
Well, we do have some early votes from Georgia. Again, not really sure where they're coming from at this point. 3% of the vote in, Trump ahead of Kamala, 51-49. Again, we're going to get results from Georgia earlier than some of these other states. So that is going to be a potentially big deal in trying to figure out exactly how this race is going to go. And again, we were also told to keep an eye on New Hampshire as a potential barometer. If Trump's down by 2 or even in New Hampshire, that could portend very good things for him across the country. If he's down over 5, bigger deficit, that could be good for Kamala.
And I've spent so many years it used to be in the 80s and 90s when I first started running races. You could always say, well, these early votes are from the urban areas downtown. That doesn't work anymore. You don't know where they're coming from. With the computers and the communication, and it's really hard just to read. You need to get a larger sample size to get an idea of what's going on. And of course, some of these states, the exit polling is pretty scientific, and I imagine some of the networks are going to start calling some of them as we get 20, 30, 40% of the votes cast.
Just based on the exit poll.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll do it for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Let's talk a little bit about our home state that you have won many elections in yourself. A lot of folks don't know you've had your name on the ballot many, many times.
30 years.
Let me ask you, what does it feel like on a night like this with your name on the ballot? Is it?
That phrase is not personal. It is.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It is. Your name's on the ballot. Your family members, work.
Your clients.
Yep. And a lot of times you're spending your own money to try to, and when I first ran in 87, I was a 20, 21, 22-year-old kid, and I was really inspired by this local issue, a school issue, and it got me in the race. And so it wasn't just my name; it was also something I was passionate about. And almost all the good candidates, the ones that really care, that want to make the state's clock tick a little better, so to speak, they're passionate about issues. And so, it's not just your name; it's also you put your heart and soul in it, and it's also tailor-made for neurotics. So you're sitting here and you work. Look at what's going on with President Trump on a national level. It's true of the state level too. You've got candidates that have spent a year and a half raising money, knocking on doors, wearing out shoe leather, speaking to Rotary clubs, and all of a sudden, just in a blink of an eye, in a few minutes one night, you found out whether that work was worth it or not. And there's a sense I've lost. I lost once in my life, or actually twice. But when I lost, and you have a sense of, well, I could have done none of this and come in second place. And so it's a commitment, and that makes you care about the result far more than people will realize, unless you're on the ballot and your name's there.
Well, I didn't say this in the intro, but I do want to let our folks know about this. People don't even understand how just influential your empire, the Quindom. You say I came up with it. I don't know that I came up with that name.
So we have a mutual friend in Kenny Boggs. He was my computer guy, and I have very few talents, but I remember so much. And I remember like it was yesterday. We were playing chess, and Kenny had just set up we had strung together these buildings with fiber optics. So I think we had 25 employees at that time. And so he wanted to name the network.
Your Wi-Fi network.
The Wi-Fi network. So, when you click on it, you got them here, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can see it.
And you said, well, you know how I always make fun of how you talk. You went, name it the Quindom, Rick Quinn. That's what you said. And so he named it the Quindom, and I've seen that said so much. And
it's all over the place now.
I'm going to get Kenny to text you when I talk to him, just so we can.
But folks really, and I want to say this because you guys didn't get there. It wasn't handed to you. I mean, you guys spent decades in South Carolina winning races, making connections. I mean, you took a lot of grief. You took some grief from me, for some election cycles. But you guys amassed a level of influence that I don't know if any political shop had it before. I don't know if any political shop in South Carolina will have it since. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, it was a different time too. One of the things that made us successful is we would always invest in bleeding edge technologies. We worked our butts off, and a lot of the consultants still to this day, some of them don't do what I'm about to say, but we were vertically integrated, so to speak. So if I had to get a mailing out to respond to an attack, we had it out the next day because we had our own mail shop.
You ran your mail shop,
Yep. And I talked to Dylan about this. We tried to even do our own TV. It was just, but back then it was so expensive. But we tried to build a nimble operation, and then of course we very rarely. I'm not saying it never happened, but very rarely did we side with a candidate and work for a candidate that we didn't believe in, and that was that powered both me and Dad to be just committed. Burnt midnight oil. I mean, I remember one cycle in particular. We didn't leave the office for 3 weeks.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we would. It's and Dad. Dad and I were a good team. Dad was such a great writer, such a great artist, and I was kind of more of the tactician, infighter,
strategy.
And so the two of us to meld together, we were just a great team. And,
were you the bad cop?
No, but I think just as a candidate, being in somebody's living room and talking issues, I think it made me understand. Maybe I was able. I think if Dad were here, I think he would agree that I probably helped him understand what the everyday people would think. Because that was my favorite part of politics, was going and knocking on doors. I mean, I probably knocked on 100,000 doors in my career, and
not all politicians like that.
Oh, I love it. I loved it, and even when I did it in 2016, it to me it was it made me feel like I was connecting to people that asking for their vote was it's a sacred thing, and I would get to know their issues, and I think one of the things that I was proud of, at least, is I never. What's a foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of little minds. So if I talk to somebody, and voters are so smart, and you would get to know their issues, see their side. I was proud of the fact that sometimes I would change to the people that I talked to because I understood their issue better.
Well, Rick, we're looking now. 62% of the vote is in Florida. 62% of the vote. Donald Trump, 3.7 million votes. 54% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 3.2 million, 46%. So roughly 8 percentage point lead for Trump right now, with 62%, almost 2/3 of the vote in.
That's going to hold
in Florida. Let me ask you this again. We're going to wait and call it at this point. Dylan, if you could throw our called state map up again. Only 3 called states at this point. Florida looking like it's getting very close to being called for Trump, but
the Panhandle's in a different time zone, so that's the other issue there. But
so get Jen's trigger finger ready to call Florida, because I think that's coming. But Rick, what about this Ron DeSantis guy? I mean, a hurricane barrels through a state. 2-3 days later, he's already sending help to other states that were impacted by the hurricane. He's got 62% of the state's vote already counted. Yeah. All these. I mean, can we get this guy seriously? I hope Trump gives him a job or something.
Well,
I'm impressed by this guy.
I saw that. You saw that so much. Running races. I guess I don't know how many races I ran. Well, I mean, I've done it for. I think the first race I was involved with my dad was. I was 18 or 19, so it's been a long time. It happened all the time. Sometimes you would have people that were great candidates. Mm-hmm. And not necessarily really good at the governing stuff. Mm-hmm. He's clearly good at the governing stuff. I mean, you can't argue the pandemic, everything he's done. I hope so. I'd like to see him, maybe run again. I think, even running for governor, just being involved in some of those races, it's a learning curve that occurs. Running for president, there is no learning curve. You got to do it to get it. And maybe he'll run again someday. Of course, if Trump wins, I think J.D. Vance is going to be hard to deal with. He's pretty slick.
I'm going to see if Andy, if you don't mind, in my office, I've got underneath my one of my monitors, I've got a little FITSNEWS thing with DeSantis in the middle of it with some arrows pointing. You mind grabbing that? If you can find that, I think this will be illustrative. The day he announced, I drew a little chart showing why he wasn't going to win. If Andy can track it, I will bring it in here and put it on camera and show it. But I hate that because, man, you're right. He's an incredibly effective executive.
And being on television, speaking in front of millions of people, it was very obvious to me that he probably wasn't prepared for that. I mean, just seeing him speak in closer environments and with smaller crowds, he did a much better job than during the debates, for example, or even other TV interviews. And I hear, from what I hear about from some of his supporters, he's very, very smart.
And he's handed this to me. Yeah, this was what I drew. This was when DeSantis announced that he was running. And I don't know if we can zero in on it or if I hold it up. Maybe Dylan can zero in. But we got DeSantis in the middle. And my argument was that if he's going to run, he's going to be attacked by Trump. He's going to be attacked by the Democrats. He's going to be attacked by the mainstream media. And he's going to be attacked by the second tier of Republican candidates. So it's like, how in the hell do you win with that many arrows being shot at you?
Well, and he had so many people supporting him. At that time, I think you're smart to say that because the media was going after whoever they thought was going to beat Trump because they wanted Trump at that point, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they would beat up whoever was the candidate or the flavor of the month, so to speak. They'd go after him, never assuming that Trump would never be the guy.
Yeah. And assuming that if he was the guy, that they would be crushing him tonight.
Or maybe having him in jail before the election, which they tried so many times to do. So.
Do you think that is what tilted the scales for Trump?
I think that certainly was part of it. I mean, just people I talked to, and it's it just became pretty obvious that they were using that system to go after him. And, you know, particularly some of the charges that I followed some of them pretty carefully. I mean, there wasn't any there. They just wanted to get him. And of course, New York, the one place they did get him, you know, that's like this. He was never going to get a fair trial there. So, yeah, but I think that definitely had an impact on it. No question. And you know, it's funny. I did disagree with the Oracle with Robert on one issue. I don't know that the Trump hidden vote is there as much. I think that the lawfare aspect, I think that made people less afraid to say I'm for Trump. At least I saw that in my everyday life. Oh yeah, I had friends and supporters of mine that you know whispered it was I'm going to vote for Trump in 2016 and 2020 I'm voting for Trump. But now they're like, oh, you know, particularly some of the religious folks, they see this lawfare kind of thing as just being wrong and evil almost to use the system to try to affect a political agenda.
Well, I'll say, I mean, we as a news outlet this cycle did not issue an endorsement in the 2024 presidential race. Probably would have endorsed Trump, but the problem is I wrote an article back in 2019 when he was in the White House after he kind of flaked on a lot of fiscal conservative issues. I said, I'm never going to endorse him again. And I wanted to try to be true to my word. But I'll say this, I didn't vote for him in 2020. I voted for Joe Jorgensen, the libertarian candidate. I mean, I'm a libertarian at heart. And so she, to me, was a very credible candidate. I think the libertarians put up a terrible candidate this cycle, as evidenced by the fact that I don't think anyone watching probably knows his name. But you know, I didn't vote for him last time. And I think I'm one of those libertarians. You know, you look at social media, you've got the redhead libertarian, other popular libertarians on social saying that they're supporting him now. He picked up a lot of those voters just because I think they were afraid of the alternative.
Well, you got to be, and you know, I mean, you can't let the enemy of good be great. You know, in other words, I mean, we're never going to agree on every issue and with anyone, and you know, we have to understand that I think the stakes are really high in this election. I mean, you know, I think Harris showed us what kind of governor in terms of she would be if she were president during the Biden term, and you know, I think if we get another 4 years of that, I'm worried about the country, not just economically. You know, people are tired of $10, $11 Big Macs. It's just more than just economic issues. It's also, you know, the footing of the country from a cultural standpoint, and you know, the issues that she, you know, I remember forget. I mean, she kept saying, we got to be more woke. Keep being woke. You know, those are things that she said just a couple of years ago. Oh, yeah. Those were her true feelings. You know, she's a believer. She
said a lot of dumb stuff, man.
She did.
There's been a lot of film on her. That was one of the other things I noticed. If you look at social this cycle, a lot of people sharing memes, sharing things, and you know, Kamala will go out and say, "Oh, I'm for this," and then you go on X, and you're oh, wait a minute, she is saying the exact opposite. You know, she's running an ad in one swing state saying she's basically for the Arab side of the fight in the Middle East, and then in the other swing state, she's running an ad basically saying she's for Israel.
Yeah,
it's like a little bit. And I'm not saying Trump's perfectly consistent, obviously not. But
I think there's an element here too that I've been kind of encouraged by as a Republican. And I think I sent you that Joe Rogan endorsement last night, which was a big deal in my mind. A lot of moderates or even liberals on some issues are coming to Trump because of the fear of a couple of core issues where they're losing. The Democrats are losing people that normally be very supportive of them. So, for example, the First Amendment. You know, this is the first time in my lifetime that you have Democratic candidates, Clinton, Harris, others, actually campaigning on the idea that we, you know, it's okay to mess with the First Amendment a little bit, start controlling what's said on the internet and on social media. You know, and they have a track record of trying to use the government to shut people up. And I think that scared comedians and other people that at times would have been more can be counted on by the Democratic Party. And we talked a little bit about this is that I think, you know, we've thrown our military into so many bad situations all over the world. I think that's having an impact too on you know.
Well, hold on now, Rick. Lindsey Graham's one of your buddies, man. You be careful what you say, man. You're going to make him mad.
I don't always agree with Lindsey on everything, but I just think, you know, I think we've been too quick.
So has that guy met a war? Has that guy met a country he doesn't want to invade?
Well, he's a military man. So, I think that part of it's that. And I think, look, I'll be the first to say Lindsey understands a lot of the other issues around the world much better, far better than I ever would. But I just do think if you look at what's happened and how we've entered into these different conflicts, it's just never ended well. And even when we think we've won, we haven't. And then when we leave, if you change leadership, look what happened in, Afghanistan. My gosh, when we left there, it was just so, it sent such a bad signal to the other countries around the world. And I just think we've made ourselves pretty unpopular, particularly in the Middle East, by being too quick to throw our military in harm's way.
Well, we've got some great warnings from former presidents. Obviously, George Washington's farewell address warning against foreign entanglements. David Eisenhower's farewell address warning against the military-industrial complex acquiring all this power and influence over Washington. Those are two pretty smart guys that issued some pretty clear warnings about interventionism and the influence that it would have on that, again, power here in America. Again, I think the military-industrial complex has won in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah, and look, they've won the Democratic Party, right? I mean,
but doesn't it bother you that they say, we want to make the world safe for democracy? Well, we overthrew a democratically elected government in Ukraine. Now, I don't want to get accused of being a Russian bot tonight. Maybe we'll stick to the. Well,
and somebody has never served too. I think that's one thing one of the reasons why. And I love John McCain. I ran two of his presidential races here, and I didn't agree with him on every issue. But one of the things that really drove me to him was the fact that he had put himself in harm's way before. And I still say that that's one thing that's been missing from a leader of this country, that I know Trump didn't serve, and if he does win tonight, I hope he surrounds himself with people that will be just reticent to put our kids in harm's way. Because I just think if you look at what's happened, the Never Trumpers, because he was kind of, at least the way he talked, he was ready to not be in so many conflicts, and look what's happened.
Yeah.
Cheney, who was really the architect of the Iraq conflict. I think that's everybody agrees on that.
The yellow cake, Rick.
Yeah, that's right. I still remember the Dave Chappelle skit.
That's right.
Don't get your hands on that. But yeah, he look what happened. He's flopped, and now we have a sitting, or somebody that used to be a Republican vice president that was supposedly a military hawk is endorsing
Kamala.
Yeah, endorsed Harris. I guess that was what I was trying to say earlier. Is there's just a lot of the Democratic Party gave up on some core issues in my mind. I think the real warfare, First Amendment, those are things that I think they lost a lot of supporters on.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, our map is starting to shade in a little bit. Jen and Dylan have got another one. West Virginia has been called for Trump. Obviously, that's not a big surprise. That's another staunchly Republican state. I don't think anybody thought that one was going to be in play, but that one's another one for Trump. So his electoral vote count up to 23. Obviously, it takes 270 to win. We're a long way from that.
Well, it looks like North Carolina and Georgia, are they currently, is Harris ahead there? Is that why they're blue?
No.
Or I'm sorry, it's Trump. So Trump's numbers are still good there. Okay, never mind. I got
boy, whoever put that map up, we need to get Jen to fix that. Dylan, why don't you go to that one isn't right.
That's the map.
Jenny flipped our map here. That is not the map, folks. Dylan, if you could take it back to our just main screen while we see what's going on here. Our map went haywire. I know Jenny had a different map than we did, but it didn't look quite like that. Boy, if that's the map, Kamala's winning all the swing states there. So, boy, that would be interesting. We'll see if Jenny can get that map back. Rick, let's talk a little bit about the South Carolina races, because obviously we've got a huge South Carolina political audience, and they love the presidential stuff. They love the national battle, but they are very focused on Palmetto State races. Mm-hmm. Now, I wrote a column a couple months ago predicting that the Republican Party, which has super majorities right now in both the Senate and the House of Representatives in a legislatively dominated state, I wrote that they were going to pick up at least 3 more seats in the Senate, which would put the Senate, I believe, at 33-13 Republican. You've been tracking some of these races, Rick. Walk us through some of the South Carolina Senate races where Republicans could win those 3 seats. And do
Well,
you think that's accurate? Do you think they will pick up?
And let me
3
say,
seats?
these are races that I've gotten from friends who are close to the Republican leadership in both the House and Senate. And some of the District 39 is one that first comes to mind. I think one of the things I talked to you about in these races, which is remarkable to me, when I first started running races in the 80s, there was kind of a swing district became swing if the African American vote got over 30 points, and that. But what's happened?
It's been reliably Democratic over the years.
Usually 90% of the African American voters will go Democratic, and then you have a natural constituency of somewhere between 15-16% of the white voters who consider themselves Democrats. So if you put that together, you're the more over 30 you get, the harder it is to win. But they've targeted a large number of seats in both bodies that would never have been swing in my day.
Really?
And, so I'll just give you an example. District 39, which is the Vernon Stevens is the Democrat and Tom Fernandez is the Republican. That's a district that's 40.88% black.
Wow.
And so they think they have a shot at winning that.
Are you kidding me?
No. There are other races that are closer. Harry Ott's son, Russell Ott, running in here in the Columbia seat against.
He's the guy that beat Dick Harpootlian. And a lot of folks in our audience will know about that. A lot of our Murdoch fans who follow Dick Harpootlian. Russell Ott was the guy.
And
that beat him.
I think that case and Dick being part of that, I think that hurt him in the election.
Really?
I do, because I think so many people were turned off, by the man murdered his wife and son. So I think, how can you represent him? I heard that a lot, just being from this area. And,
sure.
But yeah, Jason Gary's running. His father was on county council, and he is that district's 33, almost 34% African American. So that would be on the borderline for swing for me. And District 35, which I think you are somewhat familiar with, you talked a little bit about it earlier.
The Sumter district.
That's McElveen's old seat. Now both candidates from Camden, as I understand. So that kind of adds a dynamic that's very strange. Because the epicenter of this district's in Sumter. And so, but that's a 47.5% black district. And Mike Jones, the Republican, Jeffrey Graham, the Democrat, they think they have a shot at winning that. Wow. Which to me, if that's true, if these races are true, Mike Fanning, who used to live in Columbia, was a school teacher here, that's a 44% black district.
Yeah.
If it's true and they have a chance of winning these seats, then it is squarely on the Democratic Party's just an inability to run any kind of race. That if you can't win a district that's over 40% African American and a white constituency base of 15, 16, 17%, you're never going to win anything. And
That's
so
crazy.
Yeah, if I was a Democrat, which I'm not wanting the Democratic Party to resurrect itself here, because I spent 6 years of my life as majority leader fighting these, and I like to see it as a Republican, but just running over to the House. Look, this the District 64. That's a district that is 47%.
Yeah, Republicans never should have won that.
Never should have won it.
Yeah.
No way they should have won that. And they think they're going to win it tonight. Now, I don't know whether they're right or not. Because I haven't seen polling in these districts. But
well, what about the one that everyone talks about, the Columbia district? Kirkman Finley lost his seat last time to Democrat Heather Bauer. Finley announced she was going to run again. A decision a lot of people thought, are you crazy? This district's really trending blue. Do you think Kirkman Finley has a chance?
I do, and just because my family, I'm the only one in my family that doesn't live in that district, and I do think Kirkman has a chance, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I think one of them is John Parker, his campaign consultant. He's got a new guy running his race, and he's just I think he's one of the best.
He used to work with you, didn't he?
He did, and he has a lot of talents I never had or my dad never had, and I think he's one of the best out there right now. I really do, but it's a hard road. It's going to be a hard road to hoe for Kirkman. I think he has a shot at winning it, but it's running downtown as Republican's difficult, man. Yeah. It's a college town, and Kirkman, his family was very prominent. His father was mayor of Columbia, so that's helped him some. But look, I mean, I don't think there's any chance Trump wins that district.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if that were the case. So if Kirkman pulls it off, it's quite the upset in my opinion. And I think his opponent helped a little bit because, she appears to have not distanced herself from some of the cultural issues that we were talking about earlier.
Right.
When it comes to there was some very key votes on everything from immigration to law enforcement. I felt like she gave Kirkman some issues, and I think he's run a better campaign this time.
If I can step in, I actually covered some school district problems in the district, and she did a great job of addressing a group of people who I would assume probably are not folks who would be inclined to vote for her on a straight party basis. But she was there when there was a couple of hundred pissed off parents outside of the school district. And I think that things like that, getting in front of these people who wouldn't normally vote for you, is how you get split ticket voters.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very, very good point, because I think if she does win, I think it's because that's a huge issue. Richland 2 has been a substandard school district forever. They spend more money than just about any. I think they used to be number one in spending in the state. And so there's been a real uprising of parents, about some of the financial issues of the district, the school district not necessarily watching out for the kids. So I think if she wins, you're right. I think that's going to be what puts her over the top, is the fact that she took on that school board. And of course, that's her in some ways too, because as a Democrat, she's got to rely on, she's not in a marginal district when it comes to the race component. That's a 19.5% Black district, and I really should say non-white at this point, because it's more than just African-American voters. But if she wins, that will be the issue. But I also put that as one of the things that might hurt her, because I think she might not enjoy quite as much African-American support as she normally would have because of the stand she took. She took on some pretty powerful.
Well, and I mean, we know that there are members within the Black caucus that she really pissed off.
Oh, yeah.
Powerful people.
Yep.
And not only that, there was a very qualified Black judicial candidate that she came in and basically helped force out of a race to help James Smith, a white Republican. So a lot of Black leaders in the district were very upset with that decision. So,
but did you see any messaging along those lines? Because I never really saw, I mean, how many of those voters were actually aware that she took that stance? I didn't see anybody paying any money to make sure that they were aware of that.
all right, fair enough. That's a good point.
Not living in the district, I didn't see it either, but I do, just growing up in this town, I do think Shandon has changed. In the 80s and 90s, and really in the early 2000s, Shandon was a reliable Democratic base vote, just reliable as you could get. That area is changing. There's some Republican flight from the Forest Acres area, where there are more and more people moving into that Shandon area, redoing kind of those old bungalow style homes. Retirees are starting to buy there. So I think there's a new constituency. It may hopefully, it's not too early, but I think that could help Kirkman because of just with some changes in Shandon.
But your bottom line, Rick, is Republicans who, again, already super majorities in both chambers. You're telling me they're going to pick up even more seats tonight?
I'm saying they think they are. And look, there's one of them they have on here that just really shocks me. I mean, and look, so one of the districts, 54, is a House district that is 53.3% minority.
Oh, wow.
So they're thinking they have a chance to win this district. The Sterling, I know I'm going to mispronounce his name, McDermott. And Jason Luck. And of course, that district is, I think that used to be Doug Jennings' seat up in the PD kind of area there. And if they win that seat, if it happens, good for them, because that's an accomplishment to win a district that has that high of a minority constituency. And but I do think that there's been something happening in rural areas. You look at Chesterfield County, for example, all the white Democrats got thrown out. And I think there's been a real shift in what would have been, 20 years ago, a reliable vote for Democrats of any persuasion. I think that's changed now in some of these areas, and it might affect, that race, and it might affect others like Gerald Malloy in that Senate district. So,
yeah, Gerald Malloy being on the potential end of a loss is surprising to me. I would have never guessed.
Well, in my opinion, the only way that happens is if there is, and I hate to just use this as a term, I hope it doesn't get me canceled, but a white wave of voters. Yeah. That, going back to what we said earlier.
We won't cancel you here, Rick. You say anything you want to hear.
And I've been canceling enough. Well, I can handle it. I can handle it. But to me, to win districts like that, like Gerald's district, for example, or maybe even the McElveen seat, that would almost certainly mean that there's been such a large turnout of white voters who have tended not to vote in other elections that it dilutes the African American support base that the Democratic Party has.
But let me flip that on you. Is the black vote the monolith for the Democrats that it once was?
I don't think so on a national level, and I think I shared that with you. Some of the polling I consulted on about 4 or 5 polls around the state, and there was consistently a mid to high teens negative for Harris among black voters. And everybody said, well, it's black men. I didn't see it that way on the polls we looked at. And quite frankly, if you look at the African American vote, it's largely female. So 65, 70% of black voters in the state are female voters. So that negative is coming from more than just black males.
Really?
Yeah. And I saw one poll where her negative was in the mid-20s. And so, now that receded some, and there's always the party faithful will eventually start coming back to whoever the nominee is usually. And I think that happened a little bit with her, but yeah, I agree. It's not, I never have thought it's about race. It's more about socioeconomics. As somebody starts to make more money and they get more educated, I think they start to consider different issues differently. And I think what's going on in South Carolina is just a large percentage. And it's a scourge, in my opinion, of our state in terms of education. There's just a lot of, if you're black, there's a great chance you're poor. And so I think the better jobs we bring to the state and the better the economics of our state gets, hopefully we're going to get these poor kids of all colors, more educated. And I think that'll change the dynamics of politics, hopefully, in this country, if we could ever do that.
Well, the jobs issue will obviously be huge here in South Carolina. The situation in Georgetown with the loss of the International Paper Plant, we found out about that just this past week. That's going to be at least 700, perhaps up to 1,000 direct jobs lost. And that's before we get into the spillover and the impact that's going to have on the community there. But Dylan made a good point. We were talking about this, and maybe you want to chime in here, Dylan. He made a great point about whoever wins this national election, they're going to be faced with a fairly pernicious set of realities. And we were talking foreign policy early. Obviously, there's a hot war in Eastern Europe. There's a hot war in the Middle East. There's a brewing potential hot war in the South China Sea. You got all these global hotspots really flaring up. But then here you've got this ongoing bubble economy. And let's be honest here, Trump inflated that bubble a bit on his way out the door. Remember, he signed the stimulus bill that he called a disgrace. So let's go ahead and throw that out there. But a lot of it coming on Biden and Harris, just continuing to inflate that bubble. The next president, Dylan, has got some problems, whoever it is.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at these most recent job numbers, they added 12,000 jobs, which if we believe that there's going to be another massive reduction in a couple of months, if folks don't know, every jobs report during this administration has been downwardly reduced. Once the true numbers come in, we see some pretty dismal results. And even the 12,000 that were created were all created in the government sector. So this means that businesses aren't hiring. And then that usually means that cash flows aren't great, which does not portend well for our economy. And by the way, we've been on the longest bull run of modern economic history. That has to deflate at some point in time. And it's very likely that happens in the next 4 years.
Well, and also the manufacturing situation. The last 3 jobs reports, American manufacturing jobs have gone down. That's been the case for the last 5 months. The manufacturing PMI, which of course, if it's over 50, that means that economic expansion is taking place. If it's under 50, that means contraction. It's been under 50 for the last 5 or 6 months. That's not a good sign. But the stat that continues to stand out to me when you look at the job numbers, and this was one that we got a lot of grief for talking about, but it's not xenophobic. It's just the fundamental math. The fact that 109,000 on average of the monthly new jobs cited by the BLS are undocumented aliens. 109,000. That's more than half of the average number. There has been 0 net native job creation in this country for the last 6 years. I mean, that is definitionally terrible, I think. And I still can't believe that the Harris ticket is doing so well in light of those economic numbers. I mean, that's just abysmal.
Well, yeah, and I just think, one of the things that, NAFTA's come home to roost, right? Look at our medications are made, penicillin antibiotics are mostly made in overseas now. And, you talk about chips that we have in our phones and weapons.
Yeah.
For the most part, they're not made in America anymore. And so that's one of the things I hope that Trump wins. He needs to bring those jobs back home, particularly ones that relate to our security. So it's a double whammy when you're giving away jobs for things that where our defense relies on, and our daily lives rely on. But talk about the COVID again. We were having to get medications and other things from overseas.
Yeah.
And that caused a bottleneck even there. So the NAFTA's come home to roost. And I also think, too, that the fuel prices, as somebody that ran a farm for 6 years, I mean, that when that fuel price jumped up, particularly the commodities go sky high. Once that happens, when a commodity goes up, pricing on everything's going up. I mean, it's more than just inflation spending. It's also the fact that those fuel prices drive the inflation as well.
Indeed, energy prices through the roof. It's been rough.
Yeah, when I started, when you see a price of diesel go up, 310, 320, 340, 350 in South Carolina, which has one of the lowest taxes in the country, it tells you that you can just go ahead and get ready. You can be paying more at the grocery store because all those things have to be shipped, and particularly in the economies we have now, they're shipping them from longer and longer distances, and so that's going to drive a lot of the. That's why I said this $10, $11, $12 Big Mac is people are tired of it.
It's real.
Yeah.
But hey, at least Trump fixed the milkshake machine, right? The ice cream machine. We got 78% of the vote in Florida. Rick, Trump 55%, Kamala Harris 44%, 4.9 million votes for Trump, 3.9 million for Kamala. Again, that's with 79% of the vote in. Obviously, we are keeping tabs on kind of where that's coming from, but we're starting to get a sense. I don't think she's going to come back in Florida.
Once 60%, once you get over 50%, I don't really care where the vote comes from. That becomes statistically relevant for sure. And Florida's been hard to predict, like I say, because of the Panhandle and some of the different time zones. And but I think this is. I never thought Florida was in play. I really didn't. And I know there was some talk about that early on, but that's just, to me. Didn't you say somebody was talking about from MSNBC was talking about Texas?
Yeah, just today I was watching NBC and they were saying that Texas and Florida and Ohio were in play for Kamala Harris. It does not look like that prediction was correct as it relates to Florida, but
I'll tell you too. One of the things that's really interesting to me is just somebody that has been reading polls all my life, all my adult life. Is you see these firms come out and they'll cast numbers out in the media, and they almost the ones that really do it just for political purposes, they get a rep. And that's become another thing about MSNBC and NBC and New York Times. They clearly use their polling to try to affect public opinion because, the herd mentality. Oh, Kamala's up, and should we have a shot at Texas?
Well, let's talk about that. There was a poll in Iowa recently that had Kamala Harris ahead. This is a state that Trump has been leading by, in most surveys, double digits, but there was a poll out this week that had Kamala winning Iowa. I mean, Rick.
Yeah, that was done by a lady that honestly, she's been pretty good. She's been wrong sometimes too, but she very, very active on the abortion issue. In fact, if you read the poll analysis, she said that was the issue that was going to win her Iowa. So I think there, I think she's going to be proven to be wrong this time.
I think a lot of folks were criticizing the Iowa prediction itself just because it was so far off any other numbers that we've seen. But as you point out, the abortion issue, and also she was pointing out that older women, particularly, she's saying we're going for Kamala. And if you extrapolate that across other states, that could have a huge impact. She was basically asserting that other pollsters based predictions or that they were making their whole models off of and who they were including as likely voters was wrong.
So, I think that's one of the things you get, pollsters like to sometimes get in the way of their data. And, for her to say that, and look, I don't know, I don't have any statistical analysis of Iowa, but what I can tell you is nationally, she's just not right. There's not more older women voters. In fact, that's been a pretty static percentage. And, sometimes you'll see pollsters try and weight their samples to be guessing on where older women are going to vote, more African Americans or new voters, and they get in the way of just the hardcore thing that I talked about earlier, just the old tried and true idea of talking to only registered voters and asking them questions so you can get an understanding of whether they're likely voters or not, as opposed to, well, I believe 20% of older women that's going to rise 20% this year, which I think is what happened. I think that's a number she said, that it was a 20% increase in older female voters that where the abortion issue was a driving question. But we'll see. You know, she's been right. She has a good reputation, but I just think in this case she's wrong.
Yeah, we've got a quarter of the vote in now in Georgia, and I'm pretty sure that these are Republican heavy results coming in because Trump is up 62 to 38%. That is obviously not going to be his margin in Georgia. So we will keep watching that
Nothing
state.
from Cobb County, I would imagine.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of that is from Cherokee County, some from Hall County. But there is a big chunk in here from the Atlanta area. As we
There is, okay.
Well, I'm sorry, a little bit from Clayton County. That's a little bit south of Atlanta, so forgive me for that. That one went for Kamala very heavy. But we're going to see Georgia obviously be much closer than that. South Carolina starting to come in a little bit. We've got Trump at 60% so far. I made a bold prediction earlier here in the office. I'm going to go ahead and, since I'm throwing my crazy map out up earlier with New Hampshire going for Trump, which may or may not happen. I said Trump might hit 60 in South Carolina.
I think it's very possible. And
Really?
some of the polls I saw. Yeah, that's why I'm not discounting these predictions of some of these young folks that are working in these House and Senate races. I mean, I saw one poll where it was a predominantly black county or district. Trump was tied with Harris, which, you know, I think strikes to that thing we were talking about earlier with the negatives. You know, 10, 15% negative for a Democrat is deadly, because that is such a core constituency of their vote. So it's possible.
Well, we are 2 minutes away now from polls closing in the state that I think we all agree here matters most, which is Pennsylvania. The Keystone State is the keystone in this election, and there are paths to victory without it, but they get very tricky very quickly.
And I think Wisconsin, you know, yeah, I was having a hard time picking which of the blue wall states. To me, Wisconsin's one that could really he could lose Pennsylvania and win Wisconsin, assuming we win Georgia and North Carolina and still win the race. So
a lot of different puzzle pieces to fit, but again, Pennsylvania, an incredibly important piece of that puzzle. Rick, let me ask you this: you track a lot of these races. As you have looked at the polling here in the Palmetto State and some of the races you've been following, what are obviously we're talking a lot about candidates and voter preferences and party affiliation, but what are the issues that you've seen in the polls that folks are really?
Oh, hands down the economy. Hands
really?
Down. Yeah. Now, I also think, even though it's not a state issue, or, you know, although it can be, and I think there's some leaders in the state that tried to make it a state issue. Immigration's another. But yeah, every poll you look at, number one is the economy, jobs, and then immigration, number two. And it's just consistent. And I don't care if it's rural, urban, suburban, those two issues are driving voters right now. I mean, you'll see some ancillary numbers coming up on some of the cultural issues, you know, men competing in women's sports. I definitely think there's some wedge issues there that are driving voters. But to me, it's always going to be the pocketbook issues that get voters, and
particularly the undecideds.
Oh yeah, and it's like, you know, it's particularly, you know, this is, I mean, we've been very fortunate to have, you know, a lot of good job growth here and salary growth in South Carolina, but it's largely a lower middle class state, so that's going to drive a lot of the decision making, I think, even in the local races.
Well, we've got a couple calls to make, so let's get Jen's finger ready. Again, none of these are surprising. Maryland has gone for Kamala. I don't think they've got much of the vote in there, but they're going to go ahead and call Maryland for Kamala, which, based on the polling, that doesn't shock me. Dylan, I think we got our map back in order. Jen inadvertently launched a blue wave on our map earlier. She had all 7 swing states going for Kamala Harris. Oh, we love Jen Wood. Jen Wood is amazing. Her work on this race has been amazing. But let's go ahead and call Mississippi, Alabama. We've now got Tennessee. They're dropping in here quite rapidly. Oklahoma and Florida. Florida has been called for Donald Trump. And Jen, I'll tell you what, let's wait till Jen gets some, I think she's cycling through with some interesting stuff here. Let's wait till she gets these lined up. But Florida has been called for Donald Trump with 81% of the vote in. Trump over 5 million in Florida with 55% of the vote. That is 30 big electoral votes. So we will get that one called, and I'm going to make sure I send this to Jen so we got our map, keeping tabs and keeping track with the other ones. So we got that set up. I think one of the things she does when she filters through, it gets it kind of caught. But boy, Rick, we're getting some love for you, man.
What was that?
Somebody watching the live stream says Slick Rick is looking fab. Don't call it a comeback.
I don't
No, we were joking.
You're going
Okay.
with iced tea on me.
So we were joking before the show. I had Valerie Borline on here. And by the way, we both go way back with Valerie.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for her.
But yeah, back in 2001, I was on Mark Sanford's campaign. And that's when I kind of connected with Valerie Borline. But I came on she came in this studio and we were talking. And one of the first things I asked her, I said, now, Valerie, do I have more dirt on you or do you have more dirt on me? So Rick, if we ask that question,
I don't think I think it's mutually assured destruction of all folks. We've known each other too long.
we will stay far afield of anything that can get us in trouble.
You're
But,
correct, sir. Valerie's, and I'm happy to see her. She's really gone up the chain, so to speak, and become kind of a pretty big deal in the journalism biz. But there's not a lot of people that play it down the middle and are fair. I think she's one of them. We had a good number of them come from here, from South Carolina.
No, she's been great. She did great with that Murdoch book. Did great covering that whole trial. What a black eye for South Carolina that was, though.
Yeah, it really was. And it was not. I think I told you I had such a hard time watching any of it. Just to I don't care if they were good people, bad people, whatever. But to watch a young boy and his mom be killed by the father, obviously he had a lot of stuff going on with him that some people just are born that way, and there's no fixing them. And I think he's one of those guys.
Yeah.
And it captivated so many people. That's why I was saying earlier, I think it affected Harpootlian because I don't know what the ratings were, well, folks, or what you were doing on your website, but I got to believe they were off the charts because just people I talked to watched every waking moment of that case if they could. And
No, it was insane. It was insane.
We literally lived down there.
Yeah, we did. We had a trailer. We were like across the street from the courthouse, covering that thing. It was nuts. Absolutely nuts.
How long were you all there?
All 6 weeks.
Wow.
All 6 weeks. And amazingly, I made it home without divorce papers being on the doorstep. So it was close, though. She
didn't come down and visit?
We only had she came down a couple times, but we only had 7 kids at that point. We're up to
Lord.
8 now. So only 7. I only left her with 7. I mean, come on. Piece of cake.
Me and Amy having 2. I don't know how you did it, man. I don't know how you do it.
Well, it's always something. I mean, we were coming on air tonight, and apparently the dog got in the Halloween candy, so she's at the ER dog vet now. With it's well, better than the kid getting into something.
I guess it was chocolate.
Oh yeah, big chocolate bar. But we are getting some results now. South Carolina, Dylan, if you could pull our map back up. Jen says she's got them cycling through. South Carolina has been called for Donald Trump. No big surprise there with a little bit over 12% of the vote in, Trump at 59%. We're going to have to watch that and see if my 60% prediction comes in. But we are starting now to get some more results in from Georgia. 36% of the vote in from Georgia, Trump at 56%. That's starting to shake out a little closer to where we think that race could end up. And we are finally now, with polls 6 minutes after closing, getting some results from Pennsylvania. 3% of the vote in, Kamala Harris, 71% of the vote, Donald Trump, 28. Obviously, that's going to get closer coming from some Democratic precincts. Checking in on my New Hampshire prediction. So far, 14% of the vote in, Kamala Harris at 56%, Trump at 43%. I do think that'll get closer. Will be enough for my bowl.
What was the number, folks? What was that number?
56-43.
Okay.
But there's only 14% of the vote in. So anyway, we'll keep tabs on that. North Carolina, early numbers in, Kamala Harris, 56%, Donald Trump, 43%, only 7% of the vote in. So obviously we're looking at some Charlotte numbers coming in, some Orange County numbers, and some Wake County numbers coming in for Kamala. So those are areas where she's.
And like I said earlier, I'm of the opinion that if she loses both Georgia and North Carolina, I just don't see how she survives. I mean, I don't think there is a path for her to win if she loses Pennsylvania. To me, those two dynamics, it's going to be, she's got to run the table, man. She's got to run the table.
Well, she loses Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. I mean, I think it's over.
Oh, it is. But my point being that those three states together, I think, I'm going back to the point I made earlier. You got to win as a Democrat. You better win 2 southern states if mathematically in this electoral college, if you want to have a chance. And the other thing too is that there's the fingers on the scale here a little bit too, because I don't know if Dick Dillon and I were talking about it. Maybe you were there, Will. This whole issue of overcounting of Democratic states that resulted in them getting more electoral votes than they should have. Florida should have one more electoral vote, for example, because there was undercounting and overcounting that they've admitted to now. So, it's even with those advantages, if she doesn't win 2 southern states, she's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, and there's so much that is tilted in her favor. I mean, we were talking yesterday that we were prepping for the show about how the population estimates in some of these states have skewed the electoral votes in a way that benefits
the census. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, and my understanding is, looking at the numbers and reading the stories I've read, I think Florida would either get 1 or 2 more electoral college votes if they did it right. And so I think Texas would have gotten, Dylan, I think you even knew the numbers on that. I think Texas was another state that would have got another vote. So there's 3-4 votes on there that could have swung. And if we had those fairly in our counts for electoral college, it would have made Nevada more important. I think Nevada is meaningless in some ways because it's not enough votes to push Trump over the top once he wins all the South, except for Virginia. It really, he needs to win one of those 3 states we discussed, and part of the reason is because I believe, and I think everybody agrees now, the census didn't count the votes right, and I think it had an effect to make Nevada meaningless because some of the Republican states don't have enough votes.
Well, you mentioned Virginia, 30% of the vote in there, 30% in Harris, 52%, Trump, 47%. That's a little closer than I thought it would be, but once again, where these votes are coming from are very important. Pennsylvania, 5% of the vote in, Kamala Harris, 77%. Again, I don't think that number is going to hold throughout the evening, but certainly that's a good start for her in the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, obviously, folks following our social media feed today, there were a number of voting issues in Pennsylvania. Machines in some very pro-Trump counties crashed, and Trump's lawyers got involved. They actually extended the deadline to 10 p.m.
I heard that
for several of those of those counties.
And that's one thing I'll say that Trump, from just in talking to some of my friends who were involved in the Trump campaign, there is clearly in 2020 their ballot integrity efforts for the campaign were, I don't want to say non-existent, but pretty close to it. This time they're loaded for bear, and I do think they're going to be more on top of, particularly in the swing states, of kind of any irregularities.
Oh yeah, they had a motion before a judge within a few minutes of those reports coming in, and the judge ruled to keep those polling locations open an extra 2 hours. So certainly, as polls closed 10 minutes ago in Pennsylvania, several polling places in Pennsylvania will be open through 10 p.m.
And what you just referenced there, as far as getting in front of these judges now, is really important. Folks think that Donald Trump had no case to bring in court in 2020 because he was so often thrown out of court by judges. But the reality was that he didn't have good legal team on the ground before the election and during the election. And so these judges were simply ruling that he didn't have standing to even be in their court because there wasn't an issue raised at the time. It's almost like when you're in a criminal trial, if your lawyer doesn't object during the time of the trial, you can't go back through in the appellate process and then say, well, he should have objected. It just doesn't work that way. And so even if these things don't go Trump's way in these courts now, which a lot of them actually have been going his way, all these objections that he's been raising to these various problems, they at least lay the groundwork for a future legal appeal that would have a chance of being more successful than his completely fruitless efforts in 2020 to have some of these results overturned.
Well, look at who his lawyers were in 2020. I mean, Lynn Wood. I mean, I don't know what planet.
Did any of them even have a law license anymore?
I mean, I don't know what planet that guy's on, but it ain't this one.
Well, and that's one of the things that I noticed, in 2020, just in terms of talking to some of my friends, and even watching some of the reports, there's a lot of well-settled law that says that you need to challenge the ballots, particularly mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, before they're opened, and to try to bring it after the fact that was kind of a consistent issue he had was that they did not raise. You know, when I was majority leader, if we had districts where, in particular single member districts where you maybe some unclear votes that may or may not live in the district that are casting ballots, you need to challenge them before they begin counting them and before they open them.
Well, yeah, once they open them, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
And,
no, you're absolutely right. There was a Democratic senator in Sumter, actually that Sumter district we're talking about, years ago, kept his seat because there were ballots that were not challenged. The Republican poll watcher pointed out that there was an issue and pointed to the ballots, but neglected to actually challenge them.
I remember I had
Dickie Jones was the guy.
Oh, Dickie Jones. Okay.
Yeah, I was running in that race.
Yeah, well, you know,
God, we're old, man. When did we get so freaking old?
Well, you know, just one of the things that happened. I did challenge some ballots. I won't say which county it was in, but I had a race. A really good friend of mine that ran, and we found, you know, about 200 absentee ballots that were problematic, and so we went to challenge them, and I went to the county election commission, and I said, well, where do I go to challenge these ballots? And they said, we need to go to the chairperson's office. It's not here. I said, well, where's this office? And it just happened to be the law partner of the Democratic senator from that area. So we were actually in the Democratic senator's office going through a challenging process where his law partner was in charge of counting votes for him. So
wow.
It was, it's not always, even if you challenge them in the right way, sometimes it didn't work out back in the day. Of course, things have changed, and I do think, particularly with these technologies, I know there's been a lot of discussion about, voter fraud. Or I believe that there's a real problem. It is the mail-in ballots. Those are the ones that always bothered me, particularly ballots that where there was a request by mail, the ballot sent, and then it comes back by mail or comes back by somebody other than the voter. Those were the ones that always bothered me. Where that was the easiest place to play fast and loose with the rules.
So if you've got census results that are skewing the electoral vote, if you've got undocumented aliens casting votes, Rick, all that adds up to, again, states that are going to go one way that probably could have gone the other way. I mean, that's fraud, isn't it?
And don't tell me that the illegal aliens was not an issue in this election. I mean, they tried to put them on the ballot in a couple states, and that was one of the challenges Trump won. Was not allowing them to be on the list of active voters, which to me is just insane.
And going to court to
you have to go to court.
Yeah, to stop states from insisting on citizens. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I guess did you say that Dylan's home state of Massachusetts has gone for Harris?
That is correct. That is correct. We are.
That's all that's shocking. Tennessee.
Yeah, and again, so far this map is filling in pretty much as we expected it, and certainly none of the states that are going to decide this race are anywhere close to being called at this point. We're still looking at numbers trickling in, but they know these swing states are going to be close, so they're not going to make calls. But some of the calls, I mean, obviously, Kamala Harris was not going to win Oklahoma. No. Donald Trump was not going to win Massachusetts. So, there are things that we know with relative certainty. But as we look at these results come in, 37% in Georgia, Trump at 57%, Harris at 43%. Again,
what was the percentage there?
57 to 43 with
I'm talking about terms of votes.
37% in.
Yeah, I always felt like I got 40, 45. That started becoming reliable, and then it may fluctuate a few points here or there, but once you get close to 50, even if it's a big state with diverse areas, it typically is going to stay there. So it sounds like Georgia's really pretty much firmly in hand if that's the case. Well, I'd like to see a few more votes, but
Andy Fancher's home state of Texas, we got 25% of the vote in. Donald Trump at 52%, Kamala Harris at 47%. That's the state that certainly Trump is expected to win, but they got a very competitive U.S. Senate race there. Colin Howard versus Ted Cruz. In fact, I was watching that Texas A&M game the other night. Who did Texas A&M lose to the other day? That's right, baby. Go Cox.
My son charged the field and came back with a little. I hope I don't get in trouble saying this. They came back with some pieces of the bush.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was a big night. Of course, we should have only lost one game, and we had one stolen from us. LSU. That was some of the worst officiating I've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely.
And Alabama, where our quarterback gave the ball back to him 3 times. We could easily be in the top 5 or 10.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
I think it's to me, it's it's just robbery that Louisville is ranked, but we're not. Look at Louisville's schedule compared to us.
Well, let me throw this at you because it was funny. I asked Cahaley when he was in here. He's a huge sports junkie. He was going to that game, and I asked him. I said, "Are you bullish or are you bearish on Shane Beamer?" And he said, "Oh, bullish." He's a huge Beamer fan.
I am too, man. I think the guy's got a good heart. He's treated. My son has had an opportunity to meet him a few times, and he's been so gracious to Trace and my son, and so I like him right off the bat anyway. But his results. Look at the defense. We've got 5 guys playing on Sunday on that defense. Now I don't know how the long-term NIL affects South Carolina football, but I think he's done a great job of getting that defense to the point where they've kept us in games, man.
Well, and the program that he inherited was a disaster. Will Muschamp, an absolute disaster. Although I pointed out to Robert prior to the A&M game, Beamer and Muschamp had equal 3-14 records against ranked opponents. So he needed that win to get over the hump. That was a very important one. But I agree with you. They should have had it against LSU.
No doubt.
Absolutely robbed.
Doubt. And I think Sellers. He's such a young kid. I mean, he's got such a, we're going to have him such a long time. I mean, but that he showed his youth there, given, I think, was it 3 fumbles?
Yeah.
I know he turned the ball over 3 times, real pivotal. Maybe one of them was an interception, but I think it was 3 fumbles. Being a Gamecock fan all my life, I tend to, my memory gets fuzzy when it comes to losses. It's just this defense mechanism that I've had to install in my own brain just to kind of forget about it. Watching Sterling Sharp drop the winning pass in the Gator Bowl. After that, I kind of.
So is it Gamecock athletics or politics that makes you want to have a drink more? So which one is?
Well, it's been the Gamecocks for sure. I mean, my son is, and my wife is. My wife's from Alabama, and of course, she was a big Auburn fan when she came here. But we finally made her a Gamecock, and so Trace just loves the Gamecocks. He's. I think he's going to school here. I hope he does. And but yeah, no, it's definitely the football team lately.
Well, they're in a good spot now. Got a big game up in Nashville this weekend against the ranked Vanderbilt Commodores. Talk about another team that nobody ever expected to be ranked. But
I think anybody that sat and looked at our season, for it to come out the way it has, I think most people would have doubted that we would have the record we have now, much less. Should have had at least 1 or 2 more wins. But that LSU game was just straight up taken from us. There's no question.
Well, my New Hampshire prediction continues to look worse. 17% of the vote in, and it is Kamala 55, Donald Trump 44%. We're going to have to watch this state because this is one of the states that Robert Cahaley specifically told us, keep an eye on New Hampshire. If Trump is close there, it bodes well for him. If it's a blowout, it bodes poorly. With 17% of the vote in, Kamala up 11, it's looking a little bad, but
I think it'll get closer than that. I mean, some of the, when Harris and Biden spent time there, which was so unprecedented, so close to the election, I think there were some 3 or 4 polls done, and I know one of the pollsters let me know. I think I had heard 5 points. That was 5 or 6 points was kind of where they thought it was going to land. But New Hampshire, as I said, it's tricky. When it comes to. I still believe that there's going to be a large number of voters that might say to a pollster they're voting for Harris, just like they did with Obama, and not do it when the time comes.
Well, the big Democrat drops in Ohio have come in Columbus, in Cincinnati, in Cleveland, a lot of the deep blue areas. Kamala Harris's votes come in, 102,000 in Hamilton County, Georgia. I'm looking at 173,000 in Franklin, where Columbus is, and then 145,000 votes for her up in Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland. So as of this writing, here I am, look at the old school journals here. As of this moment, rather, 1.1 million for Kamala, a little over 1 million for Trump in Ohio, a very narrow lead for Kamala with 37% of the vote in. We do think that'll change once the rural districts in Ohio start coming in. Trump, obviously the pre-election polls, he was up big in Ohio. So that is a state we expect to be red, but the blue tinting in Ohio at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that as more votes come in. Also starting to get some results here as we look in the states that are going to decide this election. 48% of the vote is now in the state of Georgia. Trump at 1.38 million, 55% of the vote, Kamala 1.16,
What was the percent reporting?
48%.
Yeah,
So
I think that's to me. It's you're not going to sweat at 50%. That with a spread like that, it's going to.
But let's go. I want to go into these states, Rick, because we were looking at the numbers coming into today, the final kind of swing state rolling averages, and Georgia was only plus 1.3 for Trump. I mean, that was tight. North Carolina was only plus 1.2.
Talking about real clear there.
Yeah, the rolling averages.
So and I hate that 538 got so bastardized because they required the pollsters to be kind of certified to put their numbers on. But if you look at Real Clear, which I think it's a great website and I love looking at it. But there are a good number of pollsters who are just putting numbers in to affect the numbers for a particular party on both sides. It's not a Democrat or Republican, but yeah, if you look at some of the serious pollsters and the ones that really that I think that I respect anyway, it's exactly what I was saying earlier. They were having even pollsters that had Trump winning by 1, 2, 3 points in Georgia. They saw that movement where Kamala lost the lead, all of a sudden she's behind. Mm-hmm. Most of the people I talked to, that was just a one picture at a snapshot of Trump's momentum. So that and you're looking in Georgia. I mean, there was only 2 pollsters that had her even ahead at any point. So on the Real Clear average, I think it was ECU,
Siena and,
Siena. They were outliers everywhere they went. The Times polls were everywhere they polled. They were outliers above the other pollsters. So.
Well, there are going to be some pollsters with egg on their faces tomorrow morning. There are going to be some pollsters with on the shoulders of the operatives praising them for their correct predictions. We won't know until then.
Well, look, the binomial distribution theory is it's real. I know people don't they don't think pollsters. Oh, I don't believe any polls. You'll hear people say, and look, it's based on science and it's based on math but it's also, it's not 100%. As I mentioned earlier, even if you have a low margin of error rate, most pollsters are going to say, well, I have a 95% confidence interval. That's what they call it. And that just means basically, even if the math is done right, there's still a chance the sample's bad.
Let's take a little break from tonight's numbers. And I want to talk about the future of both of these parties. Obviously, tonight's decision will dictate a lot of that. But we talked a little bit earlier about Nikki Haley. Some personal history here, and you've got some history going back. But she was a force in South Carolina politics. She was a Tea Party leader in 2010 when she burst on the scene, was a staunch conservative. She has sort of morphed, she has morphed over the years and become sort of that establishment Republican. What is Nikki Haley's future in the Republican Party as you see it, Rick?
I think it's a tougher road for her now. I think she has talent, and obviously, and I think she was a good governor. But I think her decision to stay in as long as she did against Trump is going to rub some people the wrong way if Trump in fact wins tonight, long term. Mm-hmm. But I also think that her. And I hate to use the word neocon. You hear that all the time, but I do believe that she needs to rethink some of those positions, because I think clearly the party isn't there for her on all those issues. And I think the same is for Lindsay. It's not and other people that I just think those two areas for her are problematic. And then you have the other issue where, if Trump wins, which I think he is, JD Vance is there, and he's a force to be reckoned with. I'm just watching him and his the way he handles himself. I think
what do you like about him?
He's as tough as Trump is at times, but he does it with a velvet glove. And the way he handled some of the reporters, I just think was very deft. He stood his ground and made his point without seeming personal or negative or nasty. And that's tough to do, as that velvet glove, the hammer covered with a velvet glove is it's a skill that probably you're born with as opposed to learn. And so he's going to be tough for her to deal with. And look, I think Trump was really close to picking Nikki as his number 2. I think that I heard that from people that know.
I heard his food taster got involved and said,
well, I heard his son tell him, one of his sons said, "Dad, you're not doing this."
Well,
And,
it was his son. It was,
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, he said it. He called it out. I think he said, "I will not be for you if you pick Nikki."
Yeah.
And so yeah, look, I don't know what the future holds for her. I'm sure she's very capable. And look, I've never seen anybody stay on message like she does. And she's a great speaker, and I think was a good governor. So those are all things in the plus column. But I just think she hung in a little too long. I think she should have gotten out. And look, I've been being a Republican as long as I have, being majority leader. I tend to want to circle the wagons when it comes to our nominee. And I didn't like Mitt Romney doing it, and McCain in 08, and I didn't like it happening to Trump either. We need, at some point, it's you got to circle the wagons and get behind the ticket. And she's done that now. I mean, it just took her a little too long. She was in the Wall Street Journal today. I mean, what was that, yesterday or today?
Yesterday, but the day before, she's dogging him out on Fox News for not doing a good job talking to women and accusing him and J.D. Vance of having a bromance. And
okay, so I didn't see that.
I didn't see that. I'm trying to decide whether or not she was trying to be helpful in offering advice.
If she was trying to be helpful, that's something that you do by picking up the phone. If you're trying to give somebody the bird, you do it on Fox News.
Yeah, it was about as subtle as Joe Biden's red outfit at the polling places.
The red outfit was definitely far more subtle.
Well, that's just that's old school, man. I mean, I just think of me. I think I just think you ought to. I agree, Dylan. I think that's something you handle by telephone and you circle the wagons, man. I mean, if you believe in our party and if you believe in conservative principles, we got to do it, and we got to do a better job as a party of that. I mean, we the infighting, it's happening locally in our state. This Freedom Caucus versus the leadership, and
it was brutal.
I do think that's when I was elected in '87, I think it was 28 Republicans, and 7 years later, really 6 years later, it was over for the Democratic Party. They were in absolute control. But the infighting, allowing more and more kind of extreme elements of the Democratic Party to come in and kind of hogtie their party, it cost them the majority in South Carolina. And I worry about that for our own party at times. And we as conservatives, we need to stick together. We do. And I don't think we're doing that right now. We're fighting each other, and it hadn't hurt us yet, but I think it will.
Well, let me push back on you a little bit. You say as conservatives, we need to stick together. I would say the Freedom Caucus guys would argue with some backing that not all of the Republican caucus, not even most of the Republican caucus, is conservative, judging by the way they go.
And I get that. Of course, some of the issues I felt like, and look, I was majority leader for a while, and by the way, I was throwing bombs just like some of these guys were when I first got in the House. But I think also there were some planned kind of gotcha moments that were organized by some of the Freedom Caucus guys, and I think to that end, it was somewhat of a political move in my mind.
I will never forget. I want to rewind the tape to 2005, and this was back when you and I were both a little bit wilder and crazier than we are today.
Don't talk about that, well, folks.
No, I'm not going to get you. This is political. I'm political. I'm not going to get you in trouble. No. But I remember you came to the governor's mansion one night. This is when I was still working with Sanford, and you had been told by your members in the Republican-controlled House that they were not budging on that property tax, sales tax swap, Act 388. Mm-hmm. But you had worked them, and you had said, "Look, we got to give something to the governor." And you had come back over, and you'd said, "Hey, I've got a 2% cut in the top marginal income tax rate." Which, by the way, we're still above that. You would have gotten us well below where we are now, gotten that income tax top rate down to 5%. And I will never forget sitting there in Sanford telling me, no, tell him no. Tell him no. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is what you campaigned on. This is literally your issue. It's like, yeah, I want the issue. He said, I want the issue. We always used to say about Mark Sanford, he wanted to win the argument more than he wanted to win the issue.
Well, and look, You know how I feel about Mark. I don't think he was
Why
a
don't
true
you tell us?
believer. I don't think he
You a
was a
big
true
fan?
believer. I don't think he was. I mean, to have that as an opportunity and see, and that was a golden opportunity we missed, Will, because what's happened now, if you look, a lot of the other states, like, because I'm a believer in getting rid of income tax. I am. And look at the states where it's implemented. That, man, they're killing it right now. And of course, South Carolina's doing well, but we've lost an opportunity because all these local option pennies we gave, and of course, they ended up passing Act 388 after I was gone. The bill I came to him with is actually Quinn Shaheen, and that you're talking about. I remember that too. And they passed this big sales tax paying for school operations. They did all the easy stuff, increasing sales tax, but none of the hard stuff. And in my mind, I think we got a governor's race coming up in 2 years. I really hope that they talk about doing real tax reform. Whoever one of the candidates, I think, has an opportunity to kind of bring us into the new era
For the governor's race.
Yes, because we're going to have. There needs to be some. We need to reform our overall tax code, and I think we've had unprecedented growth that came up that you've written a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
We missed some opportunities. They gave us some income tax relief and some other things, but I think we missed some opportunities here. Yeah, and
our
look,
income tax relief was in the pool, Rick.
That's right.
It was in the pool.
That's right. And and it gets to the we've played around the edges. I mean, I think they ended up with Act 388 after I got I left. I think they ended up affecting the marginal rates a little bit and trying to lower it that way. But the states that really do well, they get more based on consumption tax. Mm-hmm. And so the consumer can decide when they pay the tax as opposed to, and I think particularly for business, because, some of these small businesses, the taxation flows to them personally. And so to me, it's a thing that would really put us over the top in terms of our potential economic development. We've done a good job of bringing in manufacturers, but small business, the backbone of the economy, we're still believing them. And by the way, more and more the fee and lieu arrangements that are going on here, there's more and more of a shifting of industrial property taxes and large developer property taxes to small business because of the fee and lieu issues. So to me, the only way we really fix this, lower the income tax and reform the overall tax code.
Well, Rick, I want to tell you about a candidate that may be doing that. But before I do that, real quick, in North Carolina, this is insane. 14% of the vote in. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris with over 800,000 ballots cast, 14% of the vote. The race is separated by, I kid you not, 14 votes.
Wow.
14 votes.
North Carolina was, and I think we said that when we were talking earlier. I thought North Carolina would be where it was close. It's just that state's changing so fast. It used to be kind of a reliable red state, and but all the influx, particularly around the kind of the urban areas around the triangle, it's changing North Carolina. But then I'll just go ahead and say it. I mean, I still am concerned about the storm, and it affected those. Most of the storm damage was done in reliably Republican areas, and so that in a close race that can mean something.
Well, so far, no surprises on the map. Now that we got Jen on track, I love Jen. Jen said she could see my tism flaring up earlier when the chart went haywire. But we're talking about the governor's race, talking about the tax front. I don't know if he's going to run yet, but I did do an interview the other day, and I haven't published this story yet. I will be publishing it. So if you don't subscribe to FITSNEWS, here's the kind of content you'll get at the state level. But Sean Bennett, a member of the state Senate from the low country.
He ran his Senate race.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, this is a guy, I tell you what, well, then this first one. This guy is a brilliant economic mind.
Yeah.
But he has been approached by some folks about running for governor. Don't know if he's going to do it. Obviously, there are some very big names that are looking at it. Alan Wilson, the Attorney General, Nancy Mace, possibly the 1st District Congresswoman, Pam Yvette, the Lieutenant Governor. So these are some big names that could run. Tim Scott, who knows what the heck he's going to do. But Bennett has made it clear that if he does run, that tax code is going to be his top issue, and getting some reform that actually encourages, as you mentioned, those small businesses that derive that income. I mean, hell, FITSNEWS, we could have 3 more people working here tonight, if the state of South Carolina didn't take so much in income tax. I mean, we got the highest marginal tax rate in the Southeast even after we cut it. by 0.5%.
Yeah, Sean, he beat Mike Rose as an incumbent. He beat an incumbent Republican from Somerville there, and he's got a financial background. He's a really smart guy. I've always been a big fan of his, and I think if he were to run, he'd be a great voice in that campaign. I'd hate to lose him in the Senate too, because I think he's one. We talked about conservatives, and look, everybody can disagree on, on other issues, but he's one of the ones reliably that we've been able to count on when it comes to the tax reform issue, for sure.
Well, if you're in the Senate, I mean, again, in a state like South Carolina, where there is so much power vested in the legislature, if you're a member of the Senate, you've got even more power because, again, the rules of the Senate allow you to cockblock people in legislation. You can really, one vote can put their name on a bill and stop a piece of legislation in its tracks. Why do you want to go be governor? You got all the power you need in the Senate.
It's true, and that's one of the things I mentioned to you about Tim Scott. I mean, to me, the United States Senate's one of the, it's what they call it, the most elite country club in the world. But just being a student of history in South Carolina, to me, it's hard to beat the honor of being governor of the state, and I could see. And certainly Sean's got the talent, and I thought, but he's going to have to look. Alan Wilson and you underestimate that guy, you're doing it at your own peril.
He's become an incredible politician. He really has.
Yeah, and I would say he always was. If you look at what happened in 2010, he was outspent by a huge number and had a lot of people shooting at him. And ended up basically overcoming a lot of odds. I think anybody that tells you they were that they weren't surprised by Allen's win in 2010, I think is lying, because most people thought Leighton Lord was going to beat him. We had Robert Bolchus running. There were some other candidates that everybody thought was going to. They thought Allen would be number 3, and he showed that he's a good candidate. Never seen a better retail politician either. When you put him in a crowd, he shakes every hand. He knows how to do it, and I think he's done a good job as Attorney General too.
He has done a good job with the retail politics. I will tell you that. He's also done an amazing job of playing to the Republican base on these hot button social issues. Now, will it cost him in a general election? I don't know. In South Carolina, probably not. If he's able to get through the primary, I mean, that's basically this.
I still think, look, if it touches ocean water in the state, you're more likely to find moderate voters. That's just a fact of. If you look at it, going back to McCain in 2008 and 2000, even McCain won all the ocean counties, and as he moved towards the upstate, he got the more conservative voters voted him out. So it's primaries are going to get more and more interesting because the state's change. Charleston's changing, and it's going to change more and more. That dredging project in Charleston, I would predict that South Carolina's going to be Charleston's going to be like Boston before it's over. All you got to do is go to Charleston and see the growth that's going on there. It's crazy.
It really is.
And I think it's going to change the dynamic of primary politics in South Carolina.
Rick, we got a lot of states that we're waiting on a lot of numbers, big percentages of the vote still hanging out there. But I want to look at Florida again, because Florida, 94% of the vote is now in Florida, 94% of the vote. And I want to talk about this hidden Trump vote that we were talking about, which I have obviously bet big on my map. But if you look at the state of Florida, the Real Clear polling average today, entering the election, was Trump by 8. Mm-hmm. That's what they were projecting. In Florida, with 94% of the vote in, Rick, we are looking at Trump 56, Kamala 43. So we are looking right around that, maybe a little bit. 9. Help me with my math here.
What was the number again?
56, 43.
That's 13 points.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. So.
Well, I'm just going to pull that up. So let's use that as a case study for.
And again, we still got 6. We don't know where exactly all these votes are. With these elections, you never know with these ballot drop boxes and everything. God, that stuff pisses me off. I still think that's those drop boxes, man.
Well, that's one place where they've got video proof of fraud occurring.
I think that's where they steal it. But that could, Dylan, chime in here, man. Am I right on the hidden Trump vote here? Looking at Florida.
You certainly could be. One interesting thing that I'd love to chime in on here, if we can turn back to North Carolina for a second, is Andy was just showing me that the exact areas that we visited, the hurricane hit areas, are actually turning in disproportionately blue votes at this point in time.
Really?
And, just based off of the people that we spoke to while we were there, certainly not the individuals that we spoke to are the ones responsible for these votes.
Yeah. North Carolina, 21% of the vote in, Trump at 53, Kamala at 46. Again, I think as more votes come in, that will get closer. But with a fifth of the vote in North Carolina, it is 53-46 Trump.
So that's 7 points.
Correct. Now, this is very interesting. 43% of the vote is in the box in Virginia. 43%. Trump, 49.3. Harris, 49%.
Wow.
So Virginia nip and tuck with 44% of the vote in now.
Yeah, my friends told me he thought Virginia was going to be a lot closer. And my polling friends told me that. And it's they don't even have it on the battleground states, and there wasn't a lot of polling done there up until I think just recently. But looking at the real clear average, I mean, they had Harris, up 5, 4, 5, 6 points, which, I hate to say it, that's the margin of error in a poll like this.
It is.
So, that's even, even if you got into a sample of 1,000, 12, 1,300 voters, I mean, that's still going to be a tight margin of error.
Well, and this is interesting. My New Hampshire pick is still looking pretty bad. Harris 54-45, but I'm looking at where those votes are coming from, Rick Quinn, and it looks like a lot of blue votes are in there. So I don't know.
I think it's going to be closer. I still think she's going to win. Like I said, I think there are a lot of voters that would say they're voting for Harris to repulse her, but they get in there, they're not ready to vote for somebody of color.
That's the one I really went out on the limb. That's the one I really went out on the limb. But yeah, this is wild. This is wild. 12% of the vote in Pennsylvania, the critical state here, 69-30 Kamala. Obviously, we're getting a lot of blue boxes dropping in Pennsylvania. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one, how it shakes out. Texas, we got more than half of the vote in. Trump now up 5, 52-47. Obviously, a long way from calling that race. We do have another call, though. And again, once again, no surprise here. Illinois is going to be blue. No shocker there. Mm-hmm. By the way, go Blackhawks. Let's hope that my Blackhawks have not been doing well lately. But anyway, Illinois is a blue state, as we expected. So, Rick, looking at this map, man, no surprises yet, man.
Nope.
No surprises yet.
No, if that lead holds in North Carolina, like it's looking like this, we may have a prediction. And I know we were talking about not knowing maybe until tomorrow or the next day, but I tell you, I must keep saying it. You don't win 2 southern states as a Democrat. It makes the map really difficult for you.
But having her get blown out the way that she did in Florida, I mean, 95% of the vote in, it's still 56-43. I mean, that is a curb stomping, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, anything close to 10 is really a landslide, and he's well over that now.
Let me ask you this question: will America ever see a map like we saw back in? And I know I did a plosive there, didn't I, Dylan? I really hit that P. That had to be a huge plosive. That's when you do a P too loud. Dylan.
Oh, okay.
Dylan's taught me about all this crazy.
Plosive? It's called
plosive, yeah.
A plosive. Okay.
If you say a P too loud or a B, and I knew the way I said map there was a little off. But will we ever see an electoral map like we saw back in 1984?
No, I don't.
Country
think so.
Too divided.
It's too divided. I mean, it's been. I mean, with the migration we've had, I mean, they've methodically put those immigrants into swing states and into battleground states, and it's just so divided now. And I don't really know where we lost track of it. I mean, Reagan was such a bond, brought everybody together. Some of it's not having a candidate like him. It was such an unusual time and an unusual place in our history. And I just don't see it. I mean, the only state he lost was Minnesota.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who sees us winning California again? I mean, he was the last person to win it, I believe.
Well, barring some seismic moves on the San Andreas Fault. We talk about seismic moves in politics.
They've lost their minds. I mean, in California, and you look at that's one. I love to watch Bill Maher just because I feel like he's a good litmus test for what the state of the Democratic Party is. I mean, he's calling California out on so many core issues now. And some of them are cultural issues that you mentioned. I mean, they've lost their minds. And I saw some statistic about these that he had on the show, and I'm assuming it's right, but something like 60% of the children that are being given hormonal suppressing medications are in California. So it's just California's never coming back, I don't think. And the only way it does is if the outward migration is so great that it makes the state kind of come apart. But I just don't see it. I don't see it. And looking, probably the next Democratic nominees is the current governor, I would think.
We've got one of our Republican operatives is telling us that they are projecting, and again, none of this is official at this point, but 3 incumbent Democrats, Fanning, Johnson, and Stevens, in the South Carolina Senate, we are being told they're going to go down tonight. They're going to lose their seats, which I called 3 total. We may have more Democrats go down in the Senate, but Rick, just an unbelievable win for the Republicans in the Senate. And again,
and look, that Fanning seat we talked about. That's when I was, I was mentioning some of these statistics about look, it's doing something. To have a district that's 44% minority, and to win that seat I think it says something about the people running the operations for the Senate caucus, but it also says something more about, I think, the Democratic Party. To me, that's just it's malfeasance that they've allowed their own operations to get that poor. And I guess, look, as a Republican, I'm happy.
And we're hearing reports Gerald Malloy's race very close, too close to call. He may pull it out, he may not. We're obviously keeping close tabs on that race. Gerald Malloy, an incredibly powerful guy in Columbia.
Yeah, and that's one of those. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Chesterfield was a real eye opener for me when I just started studying some of the counties here. That's one of the counties that he has in his district, and that virtually every single white Democratic elected official was beaten in that county. And so there's been a sea change there. And like I say, that's a district where, the white, kind of the surging white vote, I think, could impact him for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, there's another big bellwether coming in here. Pro-abortion Amendment 4 in Florida has failed. I'm seeing reports here.
Oh, wow.
And, obviously, if you were listening to the pundits on the left, a lot of them were saying that this amendment was going to drive a surge of Democrat voters in Florida. We've seen, obviously, some great numbers for Trump so far, and the amendment itself has not carried.
Well, and, I think that's one of I think the Democrats are reading their own press releases too much, and I'll tell you, some of the most pro-life voters I know personally, and even polled, are African-American voters. And that's as a core constituency for the Democratic Party, to make that their focal point issue when the economy's in the shape it's in now and all the things going on around the world. I just think I think it just shows the Democratic Party just has a tin ear when it comes to everyday voters, including their own base.
I think you're right about that. I mean, many of the African-American individuals who I've worked with at the job prior to this were fundamentally, even if they were Democrat voters or non-voters, were fundamentally conservative people in their social beliefs, if not in their economic beliefs.
Well, and as I said earlier, this is a statistic I think will hold up. Anybody wants to check it. Even in most of these House races and Senate races, it's 65-70% of African-American voters are female. And, as mothers and some of the crime issues that have been going on, I think that they are really sensitive to a lot of things, including public safety. And because that's been, a real problem, particularly in urban areas. And so for them just to lock on to abortion and, Trump, the dangerous orange man, as they kept trying to cast this race, it just shows a tenure to me for the Democratic Party, and not being able to turn out base vote in these local races feeds into the problem all over the country. I think it's the fact that I'm floored that they could not hold on to a seat, as I say, that's over 40% African American. It's crazy.
That's a shocker. That's a huge shocker. And obviously, we still got races to look at in the Senate. The Russell Ott race we were talking about earlier, and certainly the Florence, the Sumter race, District 35. But Rick, 2/3 of the vote is now in Georgia. Donald Trump's still up by 5%, 52 to 47% over Kamala Harris, with 65% of the vote in Georgia. That is a bigger margin so far than what we saw in the polling. So we'll keep.
I'd be shocked if they don't call that soon.
Yeah, that would obviously, if Georgia is called, that would be the first swing state that would be called. That would be the first. I don't want to call it a surprise, but it would be the first state that we weren't sure where it would go coming on the board.
And I'm curious, did you say that the District 35 race did the Republican win that one, or is that
no? That's one of the ones still up for grabs.
Yeah, and again, if that happens, that to me, that's probably the most glaring one on this list. 47.6% of the voters there are minority voters. And anybody that you would tell that just in a vacuum to would say it'd be crazy for a Republican to win that. And if they win it, that's again, it's a big deal for the people running the Republicans race and the candidate. Because I don't want to say this too. I always hear all this about, and we, talking about my dad and not how great he was and my career. All these consultants, like I talk about, how great they are. Look, a good consultant's going to get you 4 or 5 points, just in terms of efficiency of messaging, how to get to the voters. It's 95% of it's candidate. And so if Jones wins that race, I mean, that's a testament to him. But my goodness, the Democratic Party should be just the people running the other side should be ashamed.
Well, I mean,
47%.
Let's talk about the South Carolina Democratic Party here for a minute, because we're looking at a state that was white Democrat owned for centuries. And in the 90s, it started shifting to Republican. In 2001, it became a Republican trifecta, the governor's office, the House, and the Senate. I believe it was Vern Smith, the senator from Greenville, that switched parties. And so at that point, it became a Republican state narrowly. But over the last quarter century, it has become just ruby red. I mean, Rick, we've got on the verge of a 33-13 Senate majority. I mean, they're going to have possibly 90 seats in the House out of 124. I mean, that is just.
Yeah, that's crazy. And some of it's reapportionment, no question. But I just think a lot of it's just the ineffective, I guess, let me put it a better way. The Democrat Party, if they want to service their constituencies, their core constituencies, they need to understand them better. And look,
what do you mean by that? What issues are they missing?
Like I said earlier, I mean, to embrace some of the issues they have is contrary to a large swath of their own base vote. And for the African American voters are not monolithic in terms of these social issues, and they better be careful on that. But more importantly, they care about their pocketbooks. And like I said, for a campaign just to spend all this time, on the issue of abortion, or or trying to defend the immigration position, which is untenable for anybody that has a brain. Yeah. I just think it's done a disservice to the party, and they run away from some of these issues that would help their party grow. But to me, it's good news as a Republican, but. I'm just flabbergasted.
Well, I want to bring Dylan in on this abortion issue too, and I want to ask you this question too, because Dylan was just talking about that abortion referendum in Florida that the Democrats, and I heard it on NBC today, they said it was going to put Florida in play for Kamala. Clearly, that did not happen. But Dylan and Rick, let me ask you both, and Dylan, I'll start with you. How much do you think Trump's tack to the center on abortion impacted the effectiveness of the Democrat message? Because remember, the Republican Party had some very aggressive pro-life language, bold and aggressive language.
Bold and aggressive.
But Trump mollified that language, took some heat from the right for doing so. But Dylan, is it paying off for him?
I mean, we're going to see if the proof's in the pudding tonight. Certainly in the midterm elections, we saw how much that cost. Your wife made a joke today while we were driving to go pick up the beautiful TV in the background. How many abortions, and this is not even a joke, how many abortions do you think he's paid for? I mean, this guy was a Democrat until the mid-90s. He lived a lifestyle of banging as many models as he possibly could. The idea that he is personally, or at least has been, pro-choice is certainly something that I think is realistic. And that's something that didn't play well with that primary audience. But, I think that there's a lot of people who, rightfully, he took victory laps for putting the justices on the court that ultimately overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, regardless of how you feel about abortion, I don't think it was good law. And I think that overturning bad law is a really important thing for us to do over the long period of time. That being said, I can understand how people who are animated about that issue could be upset about it. But I do think that tacking left on this was certainly necessary to avoid a midterms 2022 level slaughter again tonight.
Bloodbath. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but this is also, look, I my career, I'm pro-life and always have been, always will be. But I do think there are large swaths of American population that don't like you know, the kind of federal government overreach that's been going on over the years. And, you know, I think a lot of people, this whole states' rights issue, which is the way it used to be couched when I was coming up in politics. I mean, that's a real thing. And so, I, you know, in some ways, I think there are a lot of voters that appreciate the idea that, you know, our states, you know, let the states handle it. You know, you're not supposed to have any powers that aren't specifically given to the federal government. Are supposed to be state powers. And so I think there's a logic there that Trump also embraced, which is, you know, it's up to the states now. And but yeah, I agree with you. Watching Trump over the years, he was not, the Clintons loved the guy back in the day, and he certainly has morphed a little bit. But I would also say that, you know, I think this whole issue is going to ultimately, the state's authority would even win in the Supreme Court now. I think to have some kind of federal law, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, that's going to set one law for the whole land in 50 states, I think this court would probably strike it down either way. Because to me, there's a very logical legal argument that this is a state's issue.
50% of the vote is in Virginia. Trump still narrowly ahead. However,
gotten tighter.
There's a lot of red boxes that have come in. There's a lot of blue boxes that have not. It is looking as though Harris will likely emerge with a 5% win, but that is, you know.
That's what I was told. It was a 5-point. The polling was showing 5 or 6 point lead. I didn't, just for the record, I did not get to see those polls myself, but I was just told that. So I didn't get to see methodology or anything.
Yeah, that was 5% average was about right for Kamala Harris in Virginia. That was the average of in fact, that was Atlas Intel had it right at 5%. Mm-hmm. Rick, you were talking about how accurate they were earlier. If they hit the number on the nose in the swing states, it'll be a good night for Trump. We'll have to see if those numbers hold. But Rick, are you surprised though that as we look at some of these early returns, and we're starting to see New Hampshire get a little closer?
You're on New Hampshire.
No, I really want that one. I wanted that one, but obviously we are still. You know, we're looking at all these numbers. The southern states looking very good for Trump so far, but we're still awaiting the numbers from this blue wall poll still open in Wisconsin. They're actually closing in 2 minutes in Wisconsin. So we'll have polls closing in Wisconsin in 2 minutes. That's one of these big states, and certainly we are still hours away.
And I mean, you know, I know I called it for Trump, but you know, to me, that's. Just in terms of the polling I saw and talking to the folks, I think Wisconsin could just as easily be Trump. Than it's an equally good chance that Trump wins Wisconsin than Pennsylvania. I mean, I think Pennsylvania just may be edging a little bit more likely than for Trump, but Wisconsin's right there as well. I mean, it's pretty close.
Crazy that these 7 states determine the future for the other 43.
Yeah. Well, I don't see that changing anytime soon. And, you know, I do think that Trump has proven, though, the Rust Belt kind of, I think other candidates for the future that are running for president need to sit up and take notice about the way he handled some of these states. You know, look, I am a right to work believer, but it was pretty smart for him to reach out to some of these labor unions. He really didn't give them much, just gave them a forum to speak. And, you know, and look, you know, one of the things that's happening too, if you really study some of these labor unions, they've allowed the rank and file to kind of become, like you talk about Teamsters, for example.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about even locally or South Carolina. I mean, the Education Association, that's perceived as being a teachers organization. But the fact of the matter is support staff are also members of that group. So, you know, I think some of the membership has been, some of the numbers of these labor unions have been kind of skewed by odd groups that are allowed to participate in their voting. And so we shouldn't give up that vote. And I'm not saying we give in on right to work issues, because I think it's an important issue for South Carolina, particularly. But, you know, he was pretty smart to reach out to them, let them have a forum at the convention. I mean, the guy certainly didn't endorse Trump, but, you know, I think that was a nod to some of those voters up there that maybe are kind of tired of the Democratic philosophies and policies.
Well, in terms of percentage of the workforce, South Carolina, the least unionized state in the entire country.
Mhm.
In fact, if we could get the Ports Authority under private sector management, we might get it even lower, but we'll see about that.
Well, you know, knowing a little bit about that issue, it's you know, so many of the shipping companies in the country have signed long-term agreements with the union, so it's going to be hard to always fight that. But look, I agree with that. You know, I'm not a union guy. I think that's part of what's driven, you know, some of these jobs overseas is some of these companies trying to avoid unionized labor.
Mm-hmm. We got a couple state calls here, Rick. We're gonna get our map updated here. We've got South Dakota going for Donald Trump again. No surprise there. Nebraska for Donald Trump. Although I want to point out here, as Nebraska gets called, that's one of the two states, Rick, that they don't do it like the other states. Nebraska and Maine, they mix it up a little bit. Nebraska's got 2 electoral votes that go to the winner of the popular vote, and in this case, that's Donald Trump. But they got 3 congressional districts that also each get a vote.
Mm-hmm.
So this could get interesting. And in fact, if this race were to end up in a 270, 268 situation for Trump, which, by the way, I did the math, it is possible, then Nebraska could have proven pivotal because Trump pushed them to change their apportionment of electoral votes. He said, look, you got to do it all by popular vote like the other states. Nebraska's Republican Senate said, or I'm sorry, the Republican unicameral, there's one body. They said no. They said no. And so Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Kamala's going to win one of them. She's going to win one of them.
Well, look, you know, our predictions notwithstanding, you know, all the polling has these battleground states so razor thin close. That could be a big deal, you know, because it's and I mean, you know, seriously, I mean, even Pennsylvania won 2 points.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, anything can happen. It's but having said that, I think hopefully we win both North Carolina and Georgia, and we just pick up one of those big 3, just one.
Let me ask you this: if Trump wins tonight, if these swing states go the way that Atlas Intel said they're going to go, if they go the way that Florida could pretend Florida's results, if we extrapolate Trump doing better, how pissed off are Democrats going to be at Jill Stein, at Cornel West, at these candidates that siphoned off small margins of hardcore liberal votes?
Yeah. Well, and, you know, that was one of the, I noticed some of the Democratic pundits pivoting to that issue. And, you know, look, that's happened in so many close races in our nation's history, and even local races, Congressional, United States Senate. I mean, it's those third-party votes can be effective. That's one of the things I would say to you as somebody that votes for Libertarian. You know, in a close race, you might be giving up the baby for the bathwater, or the bathwater for the baby, as I say, whichever it is. You know, it's affected Republicans on the same level at times. I mean, you know, I think the Bush family would say Ross Perot did that.
I think they would too.
I mean, which I wouldn't say that. I would say it was Bush voting for a tax or pushing a tax increase that caused it.
So Ross Perot, a billionaire, Teddy Roosevelt, a former president, those are the 2 really credible third-party bids. Those are the ones that got, you know, 1/5 of the vote or more. Will we ever see a third-party candidate perform at that level, Rick, or does the 2-party system have this thing on lockdown?
I think they have it on lockdown, and I think it's for a lot of reasons. But the big one is it's just the machine and the industry that has become the kind of the party fundraising devices. These third-party entities, you know. Raising, I think Harris is $1 billion.
Over $1 billion, I believe.
And so it's that's just such an advantage when you can get your message out, turn vote out, to have that money, which a third party, in my mind, is just never going to have.
Yeah.
You know, that's the real big, and of course, you know, you have the one of the other things that's kind of, in my mind, that's kind of damaging this is the more divided we get as a country and these swing states coming in, the only way a candidate can really ever win a race, and particularly in a general election, is to pick a horse between one of the 2 major parties. And how's the third party candidate going to compete in swing states like the 3 we're going to be watching tonight? You know, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. You can't do that as a third party. It's not just the fundraising; it's also just the straight ticket voting. Has resulted in really the kind of the middle has become 15%, maybe 20% at best.
Oh yeah. Well, I want to update. We've got some U.S. Senate races that we are continuing to track. The U.S. Senate could go Republican tonight, Rick, that there's a distinct possibility, but we're looking in Texas, 56% of the vote in, or I'm sorry, 67% of the, no, that's not right. What are we looking at here? I'm looking at the wrong county here. Andy's looking at me like I'm crazy. Here we go. Yeah. 56% of the vote in for the U.S. Senate. Ted Cruz, a former Republican presidential candidate, is holding a narrow lead over Colin Allred, 4%. Ted Cruz at 3.7 million, Colin Allred at just under 3.4 million. Again, that's a race that Democrats felt like they had a chance. They felt like Texas was in play, at least on the Senate side, if not the presidential side. I heard earlier today on NBC again, I hate to go back to them, but they were claiming that Texas was one of the states that could be in play. Ohio could be in play for Kamala Harris. It does not look like that's going to happen, but that's one of the Senate races. A lot of folks have been watching. A lot of money has been pumped into defeating Ted Cruz.
Oh my goodness, it'd keep me awake at night having to run a race like that. Just the size of the state and the expense of a campaign in a state that large is just it's daunting. And I really, I really felt for Cruz watching him. He was having to do so much of the national talking head shows that really probably didn't impact his vote very much in Texas, but it was helping his fundraising and campaigning in a state that size. Oh Lord, the money must just be. I don't even know what was spent. I'm gonna like to check that out in the coming days once this is over. But I've always felt pretty safe that he was going to win, although he's been within the margin of error, sometimes creeping over it. Kind of felt like that was Trump would save him there, to be honest, which is kind of ironic because he was one of Trump's main detractors in 2016.
Yeah, he was very aggressively never Trump.
Well, am I losing my mind? I remember Trump had this, and I'm not going to try to do a Trump impression, but was he the one that Trump called a sweater? He sweats. You can't trust sweaters. Because I think Cruz was sweating on camera so much that it ended up being kind of a joke that Trump puts on him.
He is quick with the quips, isn't he? What's that?
Called him a choke artist, I believe.
Choke artist, Andy says. That's
yes,
right.
Sweaters choke. They choke. That's right. Trump goes, I played sports in high school. I know what I'm saying. Sweaters choke. He's a choker. That's what it was. That's what it was. But
well, the nicknames. I mean, he's so good at calling Nikki Bird Brain and DeSanctimonious. Brutal.
He really has a flair with those kind of things, doesn't he? That's part of. People don't like him because of that. To me, that's part of to me, it's charming that he's so funny.
Well, Central Pennsylvania is starting to come in a little bit. Kamala still with a massive lead based on the votes that have been reported. However, that estimated margin, Trump still projected at this point with a 0.5% edge in Pennsylvania, the critical swing state, based on where these votes are coming in. Folks in the know are saying that Trump looking good in Pennsylvania at this point with 17% of the vote in. Obviously a big lead for Kamala right now. Kamala, I'm sorry. Don't let me fall into the trap. I've said it. I have pronounced it right every time tonight. Every time tonight. And I know I'm going to get a text from Bakari Sellers in a minute saying, you rat bastard.
Get over it, man. I mean, seriously. But having said that, I mean, Pennsylvania is just really an interesting state to me because it's I think we talked earlier about baseball and I got to see the state, particularly in the 90s, a good bit. And it's remarkable how different the urban and suburban and rural areas are of that state. It's just, it's to me, it's a fascinating political environment just because there's so many diverse fights that go on between those three different distinct communities. And then, you also, some of the wealthy areas have swung back and forth. The Democratic Party has become more and more kind of the party for the billionaire, and we're becoming more of the blue collar, middle class party. And I think that's going to impact Pennsylvania long term if we play our cards right, just because the rural and suburban areas of Pennsylvania are middle class workers, they're middle class folks, and I just think that's a natural base for us if we hold true to our principles.
Rick, we got a big one just dropping for Donald Trump here, Texas, and it's 40 electoral votes for Donald Trump. He's at 137, 270 to win. Still a long way to go, but Obviously, not an unexpected outcome in Texas, but certainly one that
Our friends on NBC told us this morning that Texas was in play.
they did say it was in play. It looks like Trump is going to end up winning it by 10. He is up 8 now with 62% of the vote in.
You know, and it's just so sad what's happened to the media. I mean, look, Walter Cronkite was an admitted Democrat.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is. You know, that he tried as best he could to play it down the middle, even though sometimes he didn't. These people now in the media they don't even make an effort at it. They become.
Give us some outlets. Name some names.
And look, I think it's even print journalists. All that's a dying industry. Look, we've got mutual friends in the print journalism. Maybe moved out of state now, but. I know one person in particular that is working for a major newspaper, and that reporter told me, in what's the Latin phrase, in vino veritas, in wine there's truth.
Oh, so they
got into the journalism because they knew that was a great place to affect public opinion. And this person,
Ooh.
yes, I think that there's just been an active influx of partisan Democrats who chosen that profession for a reason to kind of affect public opinion.
Let's name some outlets. Obviously, NPR. That's a that one was
and I think his name escapes me now, but that journalist who kind of whistle blew on him and quit. That's all you need to know. This was a guy that's a long-term Democrat, said they were purposely withholding stories to try to affect Donald Trump in 2020 and continue to do it today. And when he talked about it plainly, and by the way, a unionized corporation, he was gone within weeks of actually being honest about what happened there. So yes, NPR. The worst to me is CNN and ABC. I don't mind I do mind, but the MSNBCs of the world, they're so clear as to where they're coming from.
Right.
Morning Joe sitting there, talking about how Biden was as sharp as a tack and the best Biden ever. I mean, it's a joke. They become a joke, and they know, and they should know it at this point. It's the ones that pretend that they're journalists and are unbiased and aren't. Those are the ones that bother me.
Yeah. And
I can't remember the reporter's name now. She's one of their go-tos now. I think it's with ABC. Was on Bill Maher or was on Colbert, and said, and said this in front of a Democratic crowd. You've got to play it down the middle and be fair to both sides. And the entire crowd laughed, and he goes, "Well, that wasn't a joke." Oh, and they laughed again. Yeah. Even the Democrats know that these people are shills for the party.
Well, Bezos called him out. Jeff Bezos, wrote that open letter, and
that's because he's got these huge investments and things. And print's going to be dead before it's over. Well, you know that. I mean, that's why you're doing what you're doing with these. You were, very insightful to start the FITSNEWS so long ago. I mean,
I'm a genius, Rick Quinn.
You're a genius.
I'm a genius.
And I think you made some choices because you had no other way to go back in those days. But look, the future is just long form interviews, long form where people, to me, that's where news is heading. But part of it is the fact that the major networks have all become shills for the Democratic Party. They just no one trusts them anymore.
Well, what I love about this outlet is, we obviously, Dylan has opinions. I have opinions. Andy over here, we think he has opinions. Not kidding. Andy was throwing some bombs in his coverage of the Western North Carolina situation. I mean, pulling no punches. Jen Wood's got opinions, and we have robust debate behind, closed doors. But the one thing I love is that these mics, they're always open. For example, I am very pro capital punishment. I believe South Carolina's violent crime is out of control, and I believe that implementing the death penalty and using it often when it's warranted in cases where there is a clear aggravating factor and compelling evidence, I think it's a deterrent, and I think that we need to use it. But I published 2 columns on my site within the last month ahead of scheduled executions, where one of them was calling out the death penalty in general. One of them was specifically arguing for clemency in a death penalty case. And I published them because they were smart columns, and they made me think about what I believe. And so I think that the future of journalism, to me anyway, is, what Oliver Wendell Holmes said, that let the test of truth be its ability to get accepted in the marketplace. Let that be the mission. And so I think as long as we keep these mics open to divergent views, to different views, I mean, that's what we're going to keep doing here at FITSNEWS.
Well, and I think you're right, and I didn't say it so artfully, but I do think this long form interviews, where 1, 2, 3 hours are of public officials and opinion leaders, like I made no secret about you. I love Joe Rogan because and look, I think that if Donald Trump wins, I still say that Rogan, that last one, that 3-hour sitting there, going through it, taking all the questions, Kamala wouldn't do it. And I just think that's where long term we're going to head. And I hope that Trump, if he wins, I hope that moment of him going on Rogan, who was not for him last cycle, he voted for Bernie Sanders, for goodness sakes.
Yeah. Well, he said Elon came on and actually convinced him to make the endorsement. Talk about another big player in this election, not just in terms of the star power, but the money.
Well, and look, I think I told you I've had kind of a man crush on him for a while. If I were a younger man, I would have gone to work for him if I could have. I think he's got altruistic intentions, maybe not always working out that way, but him buying X was a big deal. I mean, that allowed for at least some of the conservative voices to be heard, because everybody else, they would have cut us off altogether. I mean, let's just be honest about it. They might have knocked you off before this was over.
Oh yeah, no, and going back to the last election, I mean, we're sitting here at 2024 election cycle where I felt like, again, we talk about the bias in the mainstream press, and it's obviously there, but I felt like, particularly on X, there was a robust exchange. A lot of people talking trash, a lot of people getting pretty graphically talking trash, but it was a robust free exchange. And in the last cycle, I mean, my God, they were overtly censoring. And in fact, Facebook came out, Meta's leader, Mark Zuckerberg, came out and admitted it, and admitted that it was pressure from the government.
And look, you got Democrats like Matt Taibbi that worked for Rolling Stone forever, who totally flipped because of this First Amendment issue, which we talked about earlier. I mean, I think that's, it was a big deal, and exposing that for what it was. We all knew it, but now there's proof.
Yeah.
And but yeah, no, getting back to what you were saying earlier, and look, I agree with you. Both sides, and that's what hearing both sides of an issue, particularly people that artfully and knowledgeably give those opinions. That's a big. It's a good thing. And look, it's made me. I said earlier, I always try to be open minded. I mean, talking about capital punishment. I mean, that's something I'm evolving on myself. I mean, I was always 100% for it, but we got to challenge ourselves all the time as a country, as a party, philosophically, and only having one opinion will end that. You won't have that Socratic method anymore of people being swayed by artful opinion and
we
knowledge.
Germans call it the Hegelian dialectic, the thesis synthesis. Or thesis, antithesis. I'm a bad German, obviously. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Well, you're right.
And I mean, it's the whole concept of just shutting somebody up because you disagree with them. The internet and the social media, it's become a public forum now. And we ought to treat it that way.
Well, Kamala was very aggressive on that, talking about targeting the misinformation, and that we're going to go after those who are spreading misinformation.
Right.
And, that's frightening talk, Rick. I mean,
yeah, particularly when that's become, one of the things I've been doing in polling recently is asking people where they get their news from. And, print and the network journalists are shrinking. Every poll I do every year.
FITSNEWS is just, we're rising.
Actually, I even put your name on a couple polls. I'll share it with you in terms of the entities that you might listen to or watch or read. But
only share it with me if it's good news, because we're talking about all this information. And no, I'm kidding. I'd love to know. That's awesome.
But more and more and more, people are getting their news from.
Just don't tell me the Post and Courier is doing well. I don't like hearing that they're doing well. Those guys are a bunch of hacks. Anyway, we're looking at Georgia now. 72% of the vote in, Rick. Donald Trump still in the lead, 6%, 53 to 47%. Donald Trump leading Georgia with 72% of the vote in, and the estimated margin of victory amongst the ballots that are still out there, Trump is projected to win, not by that margin, but by about 2.4%, which would be in line with the polls. And Dylan, if that holds, that would be our first swing state to come off the board. Now, as we looked at the averages coming into this, Georgia and Arizona were the two states among those 7 battlegrounds where Trump was best positioned. The polling in Georgia and Arizona really was kind of approaching that margin of error, Rick, if you looked at all the aggregate of the rolling polling averages. But if we see Georgia come off the board for Trump, not only will that be the first swing state that would be called tonight, but it would be the first flip. It would be a state that he lost, again, albeit by an incredibly narrow margin. I think we remember him calling and asking for somebody to find him some votes there. Yeah. He might not need to make that call this time. But Dylan, what's your take on the Georgia situation?
Well, as you know, I've been reporting on the prospect of our two neighbor states being swing states, and I would have said that out of North Carolina and Georgia, Georgia was the one most likely to go in Trump's column. So this is not an entirely surprising outcome. I think this is something that folks with access to internal polling had kind of been signaling was predicted from both campaigns. So this is not, at this point in the night, shocking, and it is the first one of my calls, which is correct.
Well, let's also, though, look at this. Again, Trump up by 6 right now. We are expecting that margin to shrink a bit to around 2.4, 2.3. But even if it shrinks to 2.3, we're looking at this real clear polling average, 1.3. That was the margin that the polls projected. So if he does end up winning by 2.3, that's a 1%, I would argue, hidden Trump vote coming out to play. Mm-hmm. So anyway, we see that in the other swing states, Dylan, it could be game on for Donald Trump. But also interesting, we talk about Trump being such an unprecedented figure in the American political experience. If he does win, he would be only the second American president to serve non-consecutive terms. Who knows the first? Nobody. Really? No. We need like the Aflac duck to like quack out here, like Will's like the Aflac duck. You ever watch that old CBS broadcast and Vern Lundquist would trot out the Aflac duck with the trivia question?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Grover Cleveland, folks.
Oh,
nobody knows.
Oh.
By the way, let's real quick. You were talking about Reagan earlier. We got to get this on the record, and I want Dylan to weigh in too. Favorite U.S. president ever? Go.
Well, I'd say Ronald Reagan. You know, got me in politics. My dad, I got a chance to meet him twice when I was a kid, and I asked him how I could help him win. I was just a kid, and I went and asked him, and kind of was trying to help my dad, and said, what do you need me to do? And he goes, is there a teenage Republican chapter at your school? And I said, no, sir. So start one. Oh, so I went and started one, and
wait a minute, you started a college Republican teenage Republican
in my middle school and then high school.
At the suggestion of Ronald Reagan.
Yep, met him at the Holiday. He did that at the Holiday Inn on Assembly Street, which where he would stay when he came to Columbia. And interestingly enough, I mean, that night right before I got a chance to talk to him, I'd watched him do a press availability, and they were talking about his age then, which I mean now it almost seems like a joke with Trump and Biden being as old as they were. But I mean, that was a major issue for him, and he came out of that press conference and came downstairs, and we spent a lot of time talking. And he spent a lot of time talking with Lee Atwater, my father, and I just got a couple of words in with him, and that was a watershed moment for me. So I'd say Reagan. Close seconds to Roosevelt. Yeah, Teddy. Yeah, I liked all of his. To me, a lot of it was writing. His writings. Everybody knows the poem about the man with scars.
So the guy got shot and finished his speech. Yeah. Literally got shot in the chest and finished his speech with a bullet in his chest. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he was a real man. He was a real man, and that trip, his trips and his travels is what killed him. Really, all the exposure to viruses and everything that really took a toll on his body. But yeah, he was a real man. I'll tell you what.
Dylan, hit us. What you got? Favorite president?
I think I'm going to have to go with number 1, George Washington. I actually just started Ron Chernow's biography of Washington, so maybe that's what's putting it at the forefront of my mind. But I think beyond, who he was as a person, looking towards philosophies of governance in our current time, I think that his philosophy on when America should and shouldn't engage abroad is something that I generally ascribe to, and something that's very much so on the ballot in this election. So I think that he remains relevant in that way. And The River of Doubt is a great book, speaking to what you were just talking about with Teddy Roosevelt. It's a book about his journey down the River of Doubt, which was at the time an uncharted South American river, a journey where he almost died multiple times, he suffered a couple of grievous injuries, and as you say, was left with life-altering health ramifications. But I remember reading that like years ago at this point, and it was definitely really inspiring.
I haven't read that. I'm gonna have to get it. It was weird. I haven't read that book, but just in terms of when I was a kid, somebody gave me a couple of his writings, and really interesting guy. And am I not mistaken? Didn't he run for United States Senate after he was president? I'm almost positive. Maybe it's my old man memory, but I think he ran again after he left the presidency for office. I may be wrong about that, but it's one of my favorites. But Washington, look, he's a war hero who was a consummate leader too. I mean, it's hard to beat that. How about you, old folks?
Calvin Coolidge, baby.
Calvin Coolidge.
Cool Cal.
Silent Cal.
Why though?
Because he didn't do anything. He understood the proper role of government, which is to get the hell out of the way. He also didn't say anything. He was at a dinner party once, and a woman went up to him and said, "I've heard that you don't speak much." It's like, "I'll bet you that I can get you to say more than 2 words tonight." He said, "You lose." Didn't say another damn thing the rest of the night.
Well, I've never been to a social function where you are at all following Cool Cal's silent footsteps.
I am mellifluous, still and Nolan, but not lugubrious. That's a big joke here, Rick. I'm very good with words, but they caught me misusing the word lugubrious.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they busted me. I will never live it down.
Well, I think the president's, just as a general discussion. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and certainly I believe in I believe in states' rights. I believe that the federal government should have as limited powers as we can give them. But there are times being quiet isn't always the best. Sometimes you need a leader to kind of pull you out of something. And look, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, Reagan. I mean, my parents had a 21% interest rate on their house, during the Carter years, and there was. Maybe you're too young to remember these. Remember this, folks. But you would go to the gas station alphabetically, and there would still be a line. So they were rationing gasoline. They were talking about coming in and monitoring what you would set your thermostat to in your house or your office. So sometimes you got to presidents have to do more than just do nothing.
That's a good point. Good point. Looking at North Carolina now, guys, we have got some interesting data out of North Carolina. Donald Trump at 51.1%, Kamala Harris 47.8%. North Carolina with 54% of the vote in. But what's interesting,
54. So give me the numbers one more time. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, 51.1% for Trump, 47.8% for Kamala, with again 54% of the vote in now. But what's interesting about this is we're looking at an estimated margin for Trump in North Carolina, 3.2%. Based on the votes that they think are still out there, 3.2%. And again, I want to go back to this real clear polling. The average for Trump coming into this, 1.2. So this could again, and we got a lot more votes to count, folks. Obviously, I'm not gonna call it yet, but that could be another state where we see some hidden Trump action.
Yeah, and of course, it's always going to be so hard to do, margin of error versus silent vote. I mean, it's always going to be hard to figure that out. But I'll say I was told, I was told closer to 5 was what the North Carolina would be. But look, that's within the margin of error too.
Yeah. Well, and certainly if he wins both of those by those margins and outperforms what the polls projected, then we got to look and see, can he outperform what the polls projected in the blue wall? The blue wall, we're still getting very limited data back. So no real sense of where those states are going at this point. But if we judge by, again, overperforming in Florida, appearing to overperform in Georgia and North Carolina at this point, assuming we don't have some midnight ballot dumps, Dylan.
I was just thinking about all these, talking about the media and everything. Whatever happened to the days of firing line and point counterpoint, and where two parties, two intellectual leaders of the party would come out and talk and speak. I mean, that was one of the other times I saw Reagan was when.
Did the two parties have intellectual leaders these days? I didn't see it in this race.
Look, Buckley. I was too young to be there or remember it, but Buckley and Reagan had a very. I have a picture of my father when he went to see, he was a big Buckley fan. He wanted to be William F. Buckley when he wanted to be him so bad. But he went to a debate between Reagan and William F. Buckley over the Panama Canal. And I think that's one of the things that's been missing. Even back in the day, CNN would. I think that's where Carlson, got his start really when he started really coming on. Was I think he took Pat Buchanan's place for a while.
Yeah.
But Crossfire, I think it was called.
Yeah.
Those no way that the major networks would do that anymore. No way, because of they're so invested in the party, in the Democratic Party, and they don't want to give an equal voice to a Republican or a conservative, particularly not one that's well spoken or has any kind of credibility. You watch, Liz Cheney's going to be one of these Republicans, quote unquote, before it's over. Here she is endorsing, the Democrat. They never would allow that to happen anymore. That's why they got rid of Tucker, I think.
Yeah.
At Fox, even Fox is going to me, is there's been some warning signs over there.
Yeah, he wouldn't toe the line, would he? He was adamant that he was going to go his own way, and it's been incredibly successful for him. You look at these guys that, like you mentioned, Joe Rogan earlier, Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk. I mean, these guys they're driving the show. Yeah,
and look, I'm one of the people that really is turned off to a lot of what I guess the mainstream media, as some people call it. I mean, I do love Gutfeld. I'm not going to lie. I do like picking that up and watching that. But I'm a regular listener to Tucker and even Megyn Kelly. I had my issues with her a few times, but there's the networks. If they don't get their act together soon, they're going to fall apart. Look what's happening with the Tonight Show.
Yeah,
my goodness. Less than 1 million viewers sometimes.
Just bad.
I mean, Johnny Carson must be rolling in his grave, man.
Oh yeah.
That was appointment television for the entire country.
Oh yeah.
For so long, and these idiots becoming just so partisan and just making their shows nothing but about beating up on Trump or beating up on the Republican Party. They've ruined American institutions doing it.
Yeah, and it's not funny to be one-sided. I mean, it's funny if you can hit both sides, I think, and no, you're right. Rick, South Carolina, Trump 59% with 67% of the vote in. So my 60% prediction still in play for Donald Trump in South Carolina with
and that might be a warning. That might be a warning sign of a lower black turnout too. If you end up being right. I mean, what is to me, that's just again further proof of the ineffectiveness of the Democratic Party turning out their base vote.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And again, the Senate races that you're talking about, if indeed that happens, will be an absolute disaster for the Democrats. Yeah.
Certainly going to give a lot of people a new chance to become leaders in elected office for sure.
No, absolutely. Well, a lot of county votes are coming in, and we're following them from all over South Carolina. We are obviously looking at the Kirkman-Finley, Heather Bauer race in the Midlands region of South Carolina. Kirkman-Finley is a guy that we were talking earlier about candidates going door to door, Rick, and retail politics and shoe leather politics. And you talked about how much you liked it and how much you would enjoy sitting down with those voters. We've talked about two guys that were in big races this cycle, Dick Harpootlian, who lost his primary race to Russell Ott.
And I would venture to say didn't ruin his silk stockings for a single door, my friend.
He's not a big door knocker, Attorney Harpootlian, but Kirkman-Finley also not a big door knocker. And some would argue that maybe that's a good thing because, Finley's pretty brusque.
I've had my run-ins with him.
Some have referred to him as off-putting.
Well, it's that's what I said. The candidate's usually the one that wins a race or loses a race. But, I'll say this, man, a guy that's, look, I got beat by a guy that outworked me. I'll admit it, Nathan Ballantyne. I think he beat me by, 1.5 points or something like that. And the shoe leather in local races, county council, city council, school board, you're going to win if you put the hard work in, whoever wants it the most, for sure. When you get the Senate, 2.5 times the size of a House district, it gets harder and harder to do that, to run our shoe leather campaign. I mean, to run in a House race, I would have to start a year in advance of the primary to knock on enough doors to make a difference. So it's certainly, I know it's old school, but if you got somebody that's want to do it, they'll win.
We've got about a third of the vote in. Russell Ott is up on his Republican rival in that Senate District 26, 51.6 to 48.2% of the vote. We've also got an update in the Gerald Malloy race. Malloy is trailing his Republican opponent by under a percentage point, 50.2% to 49.6%. Incredibly close, with about 60% of the vote in. We've got some other news down there in the district we were talking about, 35. Also, Rick, within a percentage point, Mike Jones, the Republican, ahead of Jeffrey Graham, the Democrat, again by a little less than 1 percentage point. So some incredibly close Senate races. Jeff Zell currently ahead of Kevin Johnson, the incumbent Democrat, by a little over 2 percentage points in that race. Senate District 36, so Republicans are winning there. And then in District 39, we were talking about it earlier, Tom Fernandez also winning by just under 3 percentage points. So a lot of these Senate districts, Rick, that you were referring to earlier in the show, they are Republicans in the lead, the one exception being that Russell Ott race.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier. Russell's district, it's just going to be, it goes all the way to Hardin Street in downtown Columbia. So while it's not the Shandon district that John Corson used to represent, it still has enough downtown college town votes to, in my opinion, make it really tough on Gary. And look, it's no secret too. Russell Ott got beat up by a lot of his Democratic rivals, including Hal Putney made a real big issue out of Russell's kind of. I'm not going to say he's 100% pro-life, but he has a pro-life voting record for a Democrat that was.
He did get some pro-life votes.
To me, that's another thing that's going to win him some votes. The district goes over into my old House district, which, by the way, I represent 2 House districts, well, folks. And my second,
you did,
district,
that's right.
My second district included Saluda River Club and Quail Hollow, which are both a part of this district, and I think that's going to help there because I think it became pretty clear to a lot of those voters that he was a pro-life
Democrat, literally the only one in South Carolina. But Harpootlian ran against him very hard on that. Didn't really have an impact, although that was such a low turnout race. I mean, Rick, the Democratic primaries in South Carolina, it's like a ghost town. Joe Biden, his primary was a ghost town. I mean, no one showed up. The energy for Democratic candidates in South Carolina is just non-existent.
Yeah, and I think that's the job of the party and their candidates to understand that they can't sing the national tune anymore, and they better get better at turning out their base vote. Because like I said, they do
it though. What's the key to that? You said don't sing the national tune, but if you're a Democrat, I mean, we talk about Heather Bauer in this race here in the Midlands. Heather Bauer obviously did not chart her own course. She, was the uber woke candidate on the trans issue, on Black Lives Matter. Hell, she went to the Black Lives Matter rally where they were burning police cars.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, and it's interesting. My little, I play tennis at a club called Rockbridge, and a lot of the folks that are members there live in this district. And in 2020, the last election cycle, when she beat Kirkman, there was a lot of people that were saying kind of what you were saying, that Kirkman sometimes can be kind of rough around the edges. This time, I think I had a lot of my friends telling me about her kind of clearly to the more left of the Democratic Party's spectrum, and I think that message was out. Whether it's enough for her for Kirkman to beat her, I hope it is. We'll see.
He's actually, what's interesting about the guy, he's very blunt spoken with me, but I remember having lunch with him once. We were at Grecian Gardens. Guy eats a ton of Grecian Gardens, by the way. And Andy, you're a Grecian Gardens man. Remember we went there, that roasted chicken, dude?
True. I was.
Woo. Andy has a phrase. Can I say the F word on the air, Dylan? Can we do that on YouTube? Andy has a special phrase that he uses if he likes something. And I won't say it, but it involves that. He F's with something if he likes it. And so he F's with that roasted chicken at Grecian Gardens. But anyway, Kirkman and I are sitting there eating, and I've seen Kirkman in a rage at people before. I've seen him bow up at people before. This waitress literally spilled, I kid you not, an entire freaking jug of tea on this man's pants. So I thought he was literally going to I don't know what I thought he was going to do, but I'm sitting there bracing for the impact, and he just got a nap. He said, you know what? Because she was apologizing profusely. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like, you know what? You got more important things to worry about. Guy
So
left her.
I hate to say this though. What does it say about a guy that the best thing you can say about him is he didn't get mad at somebody for spilling tea on him?
I'd have been pissed. You'd have been pissed, Rick Quinn.
I don't know, maybe, but yeah. And, look, I've known Kirkman a long time. I mean, in fact, my parents lived just a stone's throw from his house before my father passed. And I think he's a smart guy and obviously a very successful business person. So I mean, he's got a lot to offer, obviously.
Well, and what's crazy is that he's running for re-election, but Kirkman Finley was in line to become the Comptroller General of South Carolina because Richard Ekstrom had to resign after he lost $3.5 billion. You got to love South Carolina. The only state where you can lose $3.5 billion. Just oops. But anyway, he was forced out of office after that, obviously, and Kirkman Finley had a lot of votes in the House to become next comptroller, but he was blocked in the Senate. Larry Grooms apparently had a candidate he wanted, and so the Senate refused to schedule a vote on Kirkman Finley's nomination for comptroller. So the governor, Henry McMaster, ended up getting to appoint that. But I think it would have been a great comptroller. I mean, you wanted a guy who's a little bit rough and brusque and not willing to, you want somebody like that handling the money.
Yeah, I never really understood, comptroller, treasurer, secretary. I mean, I know people like their ability to vote, and over the years polling the issue, it clearly, it was with you do it at your own peril to offer the idea of kind of getting rid of offices. Yeah, and, but to me, it should be appointed.
You think comptroller should be appointed? Any other offices?
I think all of them should be. I think the governor. I would say outside of maybe attorney general, just because obviously who's going to watch the guy in charge. But yeah, I mean it should. Look, I'm Carol Campbell. I'm with Reagan, and my next campaign I worked on was Carol Campbell's '86 campaign for governor, and he ran on restructuring government, kind of making a stronger executive office, and
it was much more about getting reformed on that front than Mark Sanford.
Yeah, and I tell you, that was a brutal. I mean, so Operation Lost Trust hit and cleaned out a large swath of Democrats, and so I got to be on Ways and Means really early in my career, and that was the funniest thing I ever saw. That restructuring bill they passed, it was very little debate. It was a big old book this thick, and they said all those in favor say aye, almost just like they did with Obamacare. And yeah, but that was tough. And but he had a mandate to do that, and a lot of the Democrats kind of folded to the pressure. It was just a first step, and we need to keep moving in that direction, in my opinion.
No, you're right. This is a state, we've been talking about it all night. It is incredibly legislatively driven. They control the judiciary. They control huge chunks of the executive branch. So it is a state where the legislature not only makes the laws, but they control who interprets them, and they control a lot of the functions of administering them. So it's kind of like I said earlier, why would a guy like Sean Bennett or a guy like Tom Davis or a guy like Wes Clymer, why would they want to be governor? They got more power in the Senate.
Yeah, and and it's ultimately too, one of the things that in terms of this whole judges reform issue, I'm really worried about popularly elected judges. You
don't like that?
No, I don't. I mean, just give you an example. Pete Rose. Look what happened with him. I mean, he continually kind of defended his position in baseball because there was what judge from Cincinnati was gonna rule against Pete Rose. I just think look, I think the blind lady justice is important. Now, should it be legislatively appointed? Purely no. But I worry about a popularly elected bench just because I think it's the one area where we really ought to call balls and strikes and not have it be politically motivated. And of course, that's not where we are now. It's hard to find a judge that does call balls and strikes in this state, to be honest.
Gentlemen, it seems like more and more outlets are moving towards calling North Carolina for Trump at this point.
Yeah, we're getting there. 55% of the vote in Trump is ahead. It looks like 51 to 47%. Huge chunk of the vote in, 55%. I think that one is going to be a Trump victory for sure. But I want to draw you guys' attention to some interesting data here. We got returns coming in now in Wisconsin, Michigan. Obviously, we've been getting them in Pennsylvania. But this is very interesting to me. We're looking at Wisconsin. We've only got about a quarter of the vote in. It is neck and neck. Harris is up by 1%. But if you look at where the votes are coming in and where the votes are hanging out, Trump projected to win by just over 0.2%
in Wisconsin,
which would be, again, that's it. Of the blue wall, that would have been the last state I would have picked him to win. In Michigan, where 13% of the vote is in, we are looking at early going, but Trump 0.6% projected at this point. And in Pennsylvania, it's even better for Trump with a third of the vote in. That projection is 0.8%. So again, not big projected margins, but folks who are looking at where these votes are coming in and where votes are still hanging out, they are projecting very narrow wins right now in all three of those blue wall states. Obviously, that can change. We see that projected thing. I've been watching Virginia. It's been as low as 4.4%. Harris margin as big as 5%. So those things fluctuate. But what we're looking at right now, Trump very much in the hunt in all three of those blue wall states that we're tracking so closely. I love it when the guys start messing with the cameras. We got all these cameras here, Rick, pointing in different directions. I don't even know where to look anymore. They tell me where to look when I start the show, and I say what I say, and then we get into it. I never know where the hell to look.
Yeah, it may end up being a late night, but I just would be shocked if, to me, it's particularly if Wisconsin goes. I mean, my understanding is they're pretty efficient at counting the votes there, and Pennsylvania and Michigan not so much. But if he wins Wisconsin, it might be an early night.
Yeah, well, if he wins Wisconsin and Nevada, that would get him close to making up for if he lost Pennsylvania, which again,
so I'm going from I've forgotten how many votes were Wisconsin
electoral. It's 10.
Yeah. So you're right. He would need Nevada and Wisconsin if that was going to.
Yeah. 10 for Wisconsin, 15 for Michigan, and 19 for Pennsylvania. But if you win Wisconsin and Nevada,
I guess I was wrong then about saying Nevada was meaningless. It would not be if he only won Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well, guys, Trump looking good in Georgia, looking good in North Carolina, and definitely in play in all of the swing states. So far, I guess, what are we looking at here, guys? It's not a Trump. He's not outperforming the polls by quite the margins we expected, but Kamala hadn't sealed the deal either. So
no, but look, it's I would view these polls as being pretty consistently right if you look at the good ones, like we talked about earlier Atlas and Emerson and some of these.
Atlas, yeah.
And I haven't studied Robert's numbers as carefully, but it just seems like that to me thus far. I think it's come out pretty well for the polling as a science, because it's obviously close, and some of these numbers are pretty darn close. Certainly within the margin of error.
Here's a question: if we're looking at races that are, let's assume that those numbers that we were just looking at are accurate. What if it is within 0.2% in Wisconsin? What if it is within 0.6% in Michigan?
It's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday before they actually come.
Well, and then here's my other question: if it's that close, when do the boxes with the when do the boxes start rolling in? God, Rick, here's what I hate to say, man. I hate to say it, but we were talking about earlier with the census numbers, with the undocumented, aliens voting, with the fraud. We don't live in a country with elections I trust anymore. I hate to say that. I really hate to say that. That's frightening.
Yeah, and certainly with the illegal immigration issue, I think it's clear that blue states are ready to have them vote if they can. And look, it's been it's obviously been a strategy of theirs. I mean, why else would you allow over 4 years to happen what happened in the border? I mean, I think it clearly was a political move, at least. Look, at a minimum, you got to believe that the Democrats were at least believing, hey, this is a core constituency that helps our long-term control of power, and whether it was this election or not that they were looking at. So it's it's un-American to me.
Well, Dylan and I went down there. We were in the Yuma sector. We went down there. What was it? Back in May? When was it? Dylan?
It sounds about right. I don't remember the month off the top of my head.
Back in May, and we go down there, and one of the things that I was kind of struck by was well, first of all, we almost got expatriated. In
Thanks
San
to you.
Luis. We were approached by one of the Border Patrol agents who was very adamant that we had gone too far into the.
Will, you're not telling the story properly. We were approached by one of these Border Patrol agents after you insisted on getting some photos of the flag of Mexico, through the chain link fence. But we had passed about 15 signs that made it very clear that this was like a one-way road on which we were walking, and that road leads to Mexico. And I was just thinking, I mean, what the hell? He's the boss. I'm going to just, film if we get kicked out of America. And this will probably be the best piece of content we get out of this trip. I was ready to go to Mexico, but luckily you were able to slick talk us out of getting deported from America.
Yeah, we were almost compelled to enter Mexico. It was, we actually did go into Mexico when we went up to the other section of the Yuma sector. But this is a place where 51% of the fentanyl that comes into America crosses in that sector. I mean, it's unbelievable. But down there, one of the things that struck me, we interviewed a few of the active Border Patrol agents. We had a bunch of former Border Patrol guys showing us around. But some of the active folks that gave us a briefing, one of the statements that they said on the record, I still couldn't believe this guy said this on the record. He said there was a time in the last administration when we had operational control of the border. And of course, as a good reporter, I said, well, are you saying you don't have that now? And he said, there was a time when we had operational control of the border. And man, it was as clear as a bell what he was saying, man. And the numbers don't lie. I mean, 10 million?
Yeah.
That doesn't even count the gotaways, the ones they don't even know they missed. I mean, it's unbelievable. Andy, Andy's been covering down in Texas. I mean, that's the other place where it's out of control.
Yeah, and to me, I just got back. Well, I didn't just get back. I was in Europe for a few weeks, and it's interesting how that's becoming more and more of an issue in some of the countries I visited. Italy, immigration is becoming a real issue in Italy, and to a certain extent, Germany. Particularly Ukrainian immigrants fleeing, coupled with some of the other things going on. So this is going to be the longer time goes by, it's going to become a more and more issue, not just for America, but other countries, I believe.
What's the answer?
Good fences make good neighbors. So and look, I just think we ought. To me, the idea that we're just going to let somebody come in and have a path to citizenship for somebody that's just not here legally.
Once again, you're going to get in trouble with Lindsey Graham. He's all about that path to citizenship.
I thought you guys liked Ronald Reagan. That was his play.
Well, and look, it was different. It was certainly a different time. It wasn't the issue it is now. And I mean, heck, back then you didn't need a passport to go in.
I thought it was pretty eye-opening when J.D. Vance spoke on Joe Rogan about how, Ronald Reagan was the one who ensured that California will forever be blue. I mean, to hear that coming out of the mouth of somebody so high in the Republican establishment.
Yeah, I'd say Hollywood did that. Hey, look, and that's part of their problem. They're letting billionaires and Hollywood elites have their ear too much in terms of the Democratic Party, I think, and that's really look. Texas certainly is a state that's Republican now and has a lot of immigration. So I don't know that that's to me that's not 100% fair assessment.
The other thing that I found amazing about our trip to the border is that the border guards told us, look, this is our problem for 24 hours. They're out of here after that. I mean, they don't stay in the border states. He said, this is your problem in about 48 hours. And they had a map, in fact, that showed, we had it up on FITSNEWS in our coverage, but they had a map that showed just how quickly these undocumented folks would make their way across the country. But that was one of the eye-opening things about it. The other thing that was incredibly eye-opening was to hear about what they called RIP gangs. And these were the cartel posses, basically, that would get wind of certain shipments, and they would literally, in desert vehicles, and they would ride up and down the interstate just to try and keep these cargo shipments from getting to the interstate. And it's unbelievable. It's like a war zone with the cartels, and Americans getting caught in the crossfire.
Well, it's the few times I've been over there, it's the last 20 years. It's really amazing how much things have changed, just in terms of, look, I was in California a while back, and I went to, before I hurt my shoulder, I was somewhat of a golfer, not a very good one, but there was this place called Tijuana Country Club, an Alistair McKenzie design course. So Alistair McKenzie is the same guy that designed Augusta National. So at the time, I said, I'm gonna go try this out. So we went down to Tijuana, and it was controlled by the drug cartel, and in fact, Tijuana Country Club was formed by Clark Gable and Errol Flynn as a kind of a party place for them to go play golf. And now, you fast forward, 40 years later, or 50 years later, and the drug cartel owns it. So I went to a golf course where the drug cartel was not only owned the course, but you go there and you were pat searched, and tall fences and barbed wire to control the folks that owned it. So, it's a problem. To me, it starts with a wall, and after that, it ends with policy that will just allow for an orderly assimilation of people that want to move to our country. I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but I just think it just makes no sense. It's not logical to not have an assimilating process where they become part of our country and become citizens slowly and through a very set process, as opposed to kind of sneaking over the border and hoping somebody writes a letter and make you a citizen.
What'd y'all make of the mass deportations now messaging at the RNC? I don't know if y'all remember. I don't remember what night it was, but there was a night where they were handing out mass deportation now signs, and those are, of course, some of the most famous pictures from this campaign. I mean, that's a real messaging shift. The Republican Party, of course, has always been paying lip service to the immigration issue, but I think that the business community, which greatly appreciates the influx of cheap labor that they can pay under the table, really was tying their hands at actually taking action, which is why this issue has for decades persisted, because there's really been no desire to actually fix it. But when you see language like that, I mean, that's a real sea change in how we're talking about this issue. And you look at Gallup polls, the vast majority of Americans support mass deportations, not some sort of, mealy-mouthed policy solution of, oh, we get a fantasy in 15. They just support mass deportations. So that's a real change. What do y'all make of that?
Well, that's why Kamala changed her messaging. I mean, she completely dropped and she got called out. The most amazing thing I saw in this election was when Anderson Cooper called Kamala Harris out on the border wall. I mean, he's flat out called her out. He said, you criticized this 50 times, and now you're saying it's a good idea, because she completely flip-flopped her message on it.
Yeah, I think saying that and doing it are two different things. I think it's so important how you would do it. But look, I think a lot of people they see. I mean, FBI director saying that we got terrorists crossing the border. I mean, when you hear the kind of numbers of the folks coming over, and then plus the types of people. I mean, what I read and I don't know how good the statistic was, but something like 30% of overall crime is immigration related. So it's to me, I think I hear that sentiment, and I understand it, but we got to figure out a way to do it orderly. We got to figure out a way to. I mean, there are. It's to me the safety issue is as big an issue as just the having illegal immigrants here. Who are they? What are they? What's their criminal background? What country are they from? Are they terrorists? Those are things we got to answer pretty quickly if we're going to have a big problem. Because I mean, even the Democrat FBI director said it's a problem. So,
well, we will turn our attention back to South Carolina. A couple races that none of these were even remotely competitive. I don't think we wrote about them for months, but in South Carolina, Congressional District 1, Nancy Mace declared the winner. Joe Wilson declared the winner in District 2. Sherry Biggs, a new member of the U.S. Congress. She replaces Jeff Duncan, who had a little bit of a Bill Clinton, Mark Sanford moment there and decided not to give it another go. Sherry Biggs.
So much for family values.
Will take his place. And speaking of family values, over in the neighboring 4th District, Congressman William Timmons, whose extracurriculars were all over our website for a very long time. And by the way, I want to point out that whole scandal, that dude started that scandal on purpose. On purpose, literally calling over there saying, guys, we heard there's something going, we're not right on it. We get a freaking statement back in like 5 minutes saying my family requests prayers and privacy. And I'm like, is this on the record? Oh, yes, on the record. They wanted that story out. Come on.
You want to get in front of it?
No, he wanted to get divorced and run off with his new girl. That's what that was about.
I don't think that's over. I mean, from what I understand, there was, anyway, if he has a tough candidate, we'll see what happens next.
Well, he had a tough candidate in the primary and nearly pulled that race out.
What was he a tough candidate?
Yeah, Adam Morgan, the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, took him within 2%. Yeah, he almost lost his primary. If Trump had not endorsed him, he would have lost.
Well, I think
his
that
primary.
was bigger to me.
But he won in a staunchly Republican congressional primary by 2% with Trump backing him. Also, Ralph Norman, 5th District, he'll get another term. Russell Fry in the 7th District, he'll get another term. Now, this is crazy. Jim Clyburn, he's got a big lead, but they have not called District 6 for Jim Clyburn. And this is interesting because Clyburn's opponent, Duke Buckner, a Walterboro guy, he's published several op-eds on FITSNEWS, an incredibly smart guy, an incredibly good campaigner. I kept telling him, man, you're crazy to run for that, so you don't have a chance. But he's looking like over 40% of the vote in that district against Clyburn, which would be absolutely
We should
insane.
really try to have him in studio. I had the opportunity to see him deliver a stump speech, and I agree. He's really compelling, and I think that he's got a bright future in South Carolina politics, regardless of how tonight goes for him.
Absolutely. He has a party down there in Walterboro. We were invited to go attend it at the Colleton Coffee House. Man, that was one of the places we hung out down during the Murdoch trial. Great people in Walterboro. Unfortunately, it's we talk about violent crime. That's the part of it. But, that was one of Duke's points in running against Clyburn. It's like, hey, you're getting all this money from Washington. We're still broke. Our communities are still crime ridden. Our schools are still terrible. What you doing? It appears that message is resonating a bit. Clyburn, as I say this, has just been declared the winner in that district.
Yeah, if you take a look at the map. It's like a big spider.
We jinxed
No
him.
community of interest in that district. I mean, it was drawn specifically to protect him.
It was, but here's what's interesting. We're in the 2024 election cycle, and Clyburn was integral in drawing these maps. And in fact, he shored up the black vote in his district to make himself safer. Then, of course, turns around and calls the Republicans racist in the press. The state newspaper runs his article without even pointing any of this out. But anyway, he drew that district. He drew that district, and already in 2024, Republicans are getting a little too close for comfort for him. I mean, he's going to win by 20, but still in that district, he should win by 40.
Yeah, it's weird. When I first got elected to the House, he was an agency head for Dick Riley, and he had a much different reputation back then, and not nearly as partisan. He's evolved and morphed into just kind of a hardcore, never say die Democrat, and I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if maybe as they start looking forward, if Trump does win tonight, I would imagine there's going to be some people that start looking forward just for new leadership, and I wouldn't surprise me if maybe he doesn't run much. If he runs again, I wouldn't say it's going to be a lot more. I
will never forget when he said that we need to rethink the parameters of the First Amendment. That's when I was done with him. Like, all right, bud.
Scary stuff, man. I told my son in 1984, Animal Farm. I mean, that's the kind of. These are things that we ought to pay heed to. You talk about starting restricting speech. I mean, it's nuts.
Well, if Kamala wins, he would make a great misinformation czar.
Which that's what she talked about, and but what world? They used to be the defenders of free speech. I mean, it's just so crazy.
It's crazy. It's flipped
on its head.
Before we get off the congressional districts, it's pretty notable. The 6th district in North Carolina flipped from blue to red this evening.
Oh, wow. That's big.
I'm surprised North Carolina's results haven't come in a little faster.
Yeah, we also have another state, Montana, Utah, both going for Trump. So if Jen could get that on our map, God bless Jen Wood, y'all. I don't know if you guys know Jen Wood. Came on board with us back in 2021 during the Murdoch saga. Lives in Louisiana, but is moving here to South Carolina. Her daughter attends Clemson. Grace, just a brilliant young woman.
Going to Clemson, she's brilliant. Well, folks,
I'm telling you, man, Is it better academically than our alma mater, Rick Quinn?
It depends on the degree program.
Oh.
Veterinary school. Or?
Oh man, you're throwing the animal jokes, man. Oh,
I'll never
Lord.
forget. I'll never forget. It was right after I got elected majority leader. I had a very close friend of mine who was a big member of IPTE, and we'd go to these meetings, and he asked me to come speak to them, and everybody had these orange coats on, and they were circulating, anti-Gamecock little letters here and there. And so I made a shot at humor with the group, and I said, they said, well, welcome to speak to our IPTE group. And I said, well, I'm really happy to be here. Hey, I've never been to one of these cult things. When's the sacrifice? And it was just dead silence. And not much of a sense of humor in IPTE land, folks.
I had a similar experience. I was invited to give a speech to the Clemson Rotary Club. And this was the year after Carolina had won their 5th straight. They had won 5 straight against Clemson for the first time in God knows forever. And so I started my speech to the Clemson Rotary Club, and I said, I just want you guys to know I'm a University of South Carolina graduate, and I just wanted to say hi. Stuck my 5 fingers up. And it was, let's just say I have not been invited back.
It's funny. My son, I'll never forget, his cognitive years were going on when we were beating Clemson so much. And when we lost him, he goes, we never lose to Clemson. And I said, my Lord, my son is so, there's no sense of history.
It is a rivalry in name only if you look at the numbers, which is unfortunate. But, Beamer's already beat him more than Will Muschamp did.
That's true.
He's already beat him more than Will Muschamp. He's got a shot at him this year. I love that we can talk football and stuff, too. That was so cool about having you and Robert in. It's not all politics all the time. We can shoot the shit about sports and football, and
I love it. I would have said I would have been doing some bragging about my fantasy football league, but my father-son league it's actually father-son daughter league. I think I'm the biggest loser right now in that league. But it's I have to get you're still doing the rotisserie leagues, right, or the baseball leagues?
Oh yeah.
I've never done that. It seems to me that must be probably a lot more complicated than fantasy football, I would think.
It is much more complicated, particularly the people I play against. They're like freaking professional. I mean, they view it probably more seriously than a lot of managers. Rick, I got an update. I want to share this. We're starting to get a lot more of the vote coming in Pennsylvania, and it is very good news for former President Donald Trump. We are looking at 48% of the vote coming in Pennsylvania now. Trump at 50.1%, Harris at 48.9%. So right now, again, very close, but the projected margin based on where these votes are coming from is Trump by 1.9%. That is a big shift from the number that we saw earlier. It was at 0.8% about 30 minutes ago when we were talking about this. So a potentially significant shift in Trump's favor in Pennsylvania, which, as we've been talking, guys, I don't want to say this is it, but Pennsylvania is as close to it as any other state that we're going to be talking about tonight. And we're getting some incredibly positive signs for Trump in Pennsylvania. Rick, Dylan, what do y'all make of these numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's again, it sounds like the polling's pretty close there, within a couple points. But yeah, if it's game over if that happens. I mean, it's not even a close call.
Well, and let's talk about another potential game over scenario. There is 41% of the vote now in Wisconsin. Trump at 50.4%, Kamala at 48.1%, an estimated margin for Trump of 0.8. When we were looking at this again about half an hour ago, it was much lower. I believe it was 0.2. So we are seeing some shifts in the estimated margins based on these new results coming in for chips and giggles, as my kids say. Let's go check Michigan. 51-48 Kamala in Michigan right now. But based on where the numbers are coming, Trump's projected winning margin is now 1.6. 1.6. And again, we were looking at it just a minute ago, it was 0.6. So we're seeing some interesting shifts here, and only 18% of the vote is in Michigan, by the way. Guys.
Yeah, Michigan's hard to count. I keep hearing that their systems and all the rules they have. It's just going to be a long night in Michigan. I would imagine getting numbers.
Yeah, but if Pennsylvania's in the Trump column already,
It's done.
Michigan don't really matter all that
It's
much.
done.
Oh, wow. We got another call. Kamala has won the state of Colorado. A lot of high people there. I wonder if that factored. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. A lot of drunk people voted for Trump, I'm sure. So it's probably 6 of one, half dozen the other. Should you vote drunk or high?
I can only speak.
did it.
I can only speak to one of those two things, well, folks.
Hey, man.
You know, Will, when Harris announced that she was going to be supporting recreational marijuana legalization, I predicted that that was going to be a massive issue in this election. And it just, you said it wasn't going to be, and I think that you get to take the victory lap on this one. I will willingly give that to you.
Yeah, but man, I got to say, this guy, Rick, I know you probably haven't been watching our political coverage, but he and I have been doing, at the end of our weekend review show, we do a show every week, weekend review. A lot of folks watch it for true crime. A lot of folks watch it for justice news.
Some of them forget to turn it off and watch our political coverage.
A few people will stick it out to the end and watch our political segment, but we do one at the end of every show. Man, this guy's been spot on. He's been spot on. So yeah, if I get one right, I'll take it, because you've been right more often than
Well,
not.
I called the Biden rug pull like 6 months out, so I'm pretty proud about that one.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, well, it's. I still say the quick debate like that. There's something behind that, man. Just to me, that they were throwing him out there.
That was Joe Pesci walking into the room that he's not walking out of.
Yeah. Oh.
He was getting whacked.
Oh, the Goodfellas reference. I like it.
You know, but I think that the medical marijuana issue is certainly evolving, man. And it's as our state, as the younger people get more in our age group of folks, I think that even that issue, I'd say no one's gaming too. I mean, I know as being someone who was around for when they banned video poker, look, I'm playing fantasy football, and most interpretations that would be illegal in the state. So.
Well, people are betting on these races. So,
Yeah.
Dylan, pull our map up real quick. I mean, as we look at the map again, people are betting on these things. Predict it, Polymarket. I mean, this is it's not just a spectator sport. People are putting money on it.
Yeah.
I would do it if I knew how to operate those apps, and if my wife would
Well, you would have been a big winner if you bet Trump. And then Vegas, a couple of weeks ago, have Trump losing.
Oh, it's been
Up and down.
ebbing and flowing. After the assassination attempt in Butler, he was at like 60, mid 60s in the betting markets. And I thought, if you're going to bet Democrat, that's the time you bet Democrat.
Yeah.
Because the price was so low.
Right. Yeah. But it's just amazing how fast everything changed. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It was just, you thought for sure, okay, he's won the election now. And then the palace coup, and then the cackling and the never taking interviews. It's just been a whirlwind. It's been one of the more interesting campaigns I've watched.
Let me ask you guys a question about this, because we were talking about the Biden trolling. We were talking about the red dress, or I'm sorry, red pantsuit that Jill Biden wore today as sort of the cherry on top of the Biden trolling. But let me ask you guys this, because Biden came out. Harris was stepping on the stage for a very important event in Michigan, and Biden just moseys into the White House press room, and they immediately cut away from Harris to Biden, who proceeds to say that he and Harris were in lockstep at every point in their administration. And then, of course, Trump is flailing over this Puerto Rico garbage comment that he didn't make. It was the comedian at his rally. Trump is really taking on some water for that comment. And then Biden goes into some Zoom call and says, the only garbage out there is his supporters.
Is he cognitive enough to have done that on purpose to scuttle the ship?
Or is it Jill? I wonder, is Jill the one? I don't know, man. But I'm telling you, look, but here's the question. Let's forget for the moment whether it was deliberate or not. Did that trolling have an impact on this election?
I think the garbage comment had to. I mean, at one point, if some of these states are really going to be 1 or 1.5 points, I mean, everything makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
And I think it had an impact, and it certainly revitalized some of the, some of my friends in terms of some of the ones who were not liking Trump so much and might hold their nose and vote for Harris. I could see it affecting some people just because I think it showed kind of the mindset of the Democratic Party. You know, I don't think that was just Joe Biden talking. I mean, he's just regurgitating what he's probably heard from other leaders, including Kamala.
Now,
I'd like to add on that point about the garbage remark. I was texting Andrew as Harris was delivering her remarks on the ellipse, and I was saying that these are some pretty good remarks. I think this is exactly how she was supposed to be delivering her closing argument. So not only did that garbage remark put to bed a 3-day media cycle that was just brutal for Trump. I mean, you know, those remarks just didn't look great, but it also completely threw cold water on her getting to deliver her unifying message that she was hoping to have carry her through the last couple of days of this election. I mean, she's gone intentionally light on the negative on Trump here in the last couple of hours, but that just completely got lost.
All right, guys, we got a call here in South Carolina. Russell Ott has won his Senate race, and this was one a couple weeks ago that a lot of folks thought Russell Ott was going to coast to. This race got close, but I want to raise this race for a particular issue because we had hoped to have his consultant here tonight. She shot us down. She's not very media. I don't want to say she's not media unfriendly. She's very responsive to the media, but she doesn't like to put herself out there. But her name is Kelly Saddlemeyer, and I've spoken with her on several occasions during this race, particularly in the Ott race after she helped engineer his huge upset win over Dick Harpootlian. And that was a race no one really saw that coming. Russell Ott knocking off Dick Harpootlian. Maybe you saw it. Rick Quinn. Maybe you saw it, but you got a wry smile over there, buddy. But huge win for Russell Ott. Kelly was the architect of that.
That's great.
But she is one of the consultants. You were talking about John Parker earlier. Mm-hmm. He's the guy who is clearly showing his stuff in this election cycle. But Kelly is one of the former disciples of Rod Shealy. And Rick, we had Robert Cayley on here the other night. He was paying homage to Rod Shealy. Back in the day when I first got into this business, it was basically like this: Richard Quinn, Rod Shealy, and Warren Tompkins. Mm-hmm. That was sort of the upper tier. And, you know, Tompkins had that kind of establishment, well-funded. Rod was kind of the crafty trickster. And your dad was kind of like the perfect combination of both of them, in addition to being the best messaging guy the state's probably ever seen. But you look at these races with these up-and-coming consultants like Kelly Saddlemeyer, like John Parker. Will any of these strategists ever attain that kind of level that your dad attained, that Rod Shealy attained?
Maybe there's so many people doing it now, and it's kind of getting harder and harder to stand out. But you know, it's interesting when I told you that I want to start a Change Republican chapter. Rod Shealy's one to help me do it. So you know, we.
Oh, at Reagan's suggestion?
Yeah. So he was the guy in Lexington, and we met up here at the county courthouse. So there'll always be people that come in and replace the folks that were there before, but it's a different time running races now. And I just think that I don't think this is going to be the cycle we're in right now is not a common time. What I mean by that is I just don't see the races going the same way 2, 3, 4 years from now.
How so? How do you think they change?
Well, I think the division of the country is one thing. And then now I think the Trump, assuming he wins tonight, mm-hmm. I think him winning is going to kind of reshuffle the deck, so to speak, about Republican politics, because there were a lot of people that took a run at the king. He's now the king again, and so the folks that were around him are going to suck the oxygen out of the room when it comes to some of these campaigns. And and you've got such a young man in J.D. Vance who will be the heir apparent. So I just think it's, I think from a national standpoint, it's going to change. And I think that'll filter down. And we're going to have names here that were not here before because, eventually we'll be a first in the South primary again. And there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be more than one candidate. And but so people will be replaced. But I just think that this dynamic was weird. I think the first election cycle after COVID, the assassination attempt, all these things that kind of influenced this race. I just don't think it's going to happen again. I think the deck's going to get reshuffled, and there's the techniques that can get people through a primary or even through a general are going to change.
So South Carolina, looking at the field, because you know as well as I do, tomorrow morning that next cycle starts. I mean, people start lining up South Carolina operatives for 2028. I mean, that starts tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
All these guys are going to be talking about how great they did and forgetting how bad they did in other things. I mean, I've been there, but yeah, you're right. And the other piece of this is my guess is what will Nikki do? Is she going to be a part of this administration, and is she going to make another run, or is she going to come back home, or what's her intent?
Are you asking me like
Yes.
I know? Daddy, I don't have that close relationship to Nikki Haley that I once did. Let me throw something out about Nikki Haley. And I want to ask you about this because she plays the game of subtraction. If you wrong her, or if she perceives that you wrong her, I've spoken to a number of folks who were with Tim Scott, who endorsed Donald Trump, obviously, when he dropped out of the race. Nikki has told them, "You're dead to me. You're done." She wanted Tim Scott to endorse her because obviously she gave him a seat in the U.S. Senate. She figured he owed her, and some people would probably say, "Well, that makes a little sense." But Rick, let me just say this to folks who don't know that I've written some very negative and unflattering things about you. I have, in personal life, often not treated you the way that I should, but you're sitting here today giving of your time. You play the game of addition. You're somebody who is forgiving and who builds relationships. Nikki is somebody that you cross her once and she cuts you off. Is that something that is sustainable long term for an effective politician?
Not for a good politician. I mean, if I was mad at everybody that ever slighted me or did something, I would have nobody to talk to. And I think it to me that lacks a little bit of maturity. And you better watch out. I mean, Tim Scott's got some. Looking at polling, he's clearly a very popular guy in the state.
He's got some money in the bank too.
He does. And so yeah, I would. The problem is when you get into to me, just being around statewide elected officials and people that have kind of moved up the chain, very often, I use this phrase already once, you read your own press releases too much. And sometimes it gets hard. You have so many yes people around you, and it gets hard I would imagine Nikki doesn't have anybody really talking to her that can, if they're honest with her, that she will listen to. And that's true of a lot of people in her position. And that's the ones that are really good at it. They let people give contrary opinions to their own decisions, and so that's unfortunate. And she's not going to survive long with that kind of attitude. And look, one of the things about this is people that put their name on the ballot. I don't care whether it's for House, Senate, school board, whatever. There's a little pettiness to all of us that get into the politics, and it sounds like that's maybe eating her up a bit. Maybe she needs to take a step back from that.
Well, when she first came to the House, though, you served with her.
Hmm?
Has she always been like that?
I didn't see that part of her, and I look, she endorsed me in 2016. So I had a pretty good working relationship with her, but she didn't treat me like she treated everybody else. In some ways, I mean, there were a lot of people that had experiences with her that left a bad taste in their mouth, but that's been true, of most governors. I mean, Mark Sanford, even Carroll Campbell. I mean, he had some, as popular as he was, he had definitely, there were some people he alienated. So, but no, I didn't see that part of her. She's been in DC now and been a big deal. So, that can change you as a person.
We're looking at Georgia now. 91% of the vote is in Donald Trump, 51.3%, Kamala Harris, 48%. That is a 3.3% lead.
91% reported.
91% in, and the projected margin, a little bit less than that, 2.8%. But Donald Trump still appearing to be ahead in Georgia by a margin that's going to exceed what the polls said, perhaps by more than twice what the polls said. So I'm telling you that hidden Trump vote I was talking about. But they're going to call this state soon, guys. They're going to call this state soon.
Let's see it.
And this would be the first swing state call. We're not calling it yet because, again, with 9% of the vote, you never know what's going to happen. You never know whether a pipe's going to burst at the was it Georgia where the pipes were bursting?
That was Georgia.
Oh, yeah. You never know when a pipe's going to burst right when you need it. But even the New York Times has now got this very likely Trump, which is their highest level of.
They're predicting that Trump will win the popular vote.
Wow.
Atlas had Georgia at 2 points.
Wow.
So, I don't
Yeah, Atlas coming through again. Coming through again. I tell you what, if Trump wins the popular vote, guys, what in the world?
I think we should go back to watching NBC now.
It
could become a little bit more
Your
enjoyable.
Oracle also had it. His last poll had it at 2.
Yep. So those are in line.
Mhm.
Those are in line. And in fact, if he does prevail by 2.6 or 2.8, he would actually beat even those polls.
And look, there is the New York Times seeing having Harris up by 1. Again, an outlier in that state.
Big outlier. A big outlier. Let's look at Pennsylvania again, guys.
What's going on with Arizona, by the way? Has anybody heard? I'm just trying to.
We have got half of the vote in, and Kamala.
I believe it's 50-49 with half the vote in.
Kamala is ahead, 50-49 with half the vote in. But looking where the vote's coming from, we're looking at a Trump estimated margin of 4.1 at this point. That is per the New York Times. They are saying that Trump has a 76% chance of winning, and that Arizona is still very much leaning Trump. Now, if he does finish at 4.1, again, not to beat this dead horse, but let's go back to what the Real Clear Politics rolling average was. It was 2.8. That was where Trump was projected to win Arizona. So that would be a bigger than expected win in Arizona. But we've kind of not been focusing on Arizona, and neither have either of the campaigns. I think they both sort of looked at that as being a Trump victory. I mean, Dylan, we didn't see a lot of focus on Arizona. There were.
I think that, most people were taking for granted that Trump will carry Arizona.
Yep, you're right. By the way, up in New Hampshire, 55% of the vote in. My prediction, again, a little better. 52.2% for Kamala, 46.8% for Trump. So that race.
Dare to dream, Will.
Daring to dream. That was my one. When I was putting my map together this morning, that was.
You wanted to have a little fun. I know you will. You wanted to have a little fun.
I did. I thought about Minnesota. I thought about maybe going Minnesota, but nah. Oh, well.
I like to give a little low country update. I'm sure that folks have heard about Nancy Mace's crusade against sitting Charleston County Sheriff Kristen Graziano.
Oh, yeah.
For her noncompliance with ICE detainers, alleged noncompliance. It appears, I don't think all the vote is in at this point, but it appears that Graziano has been defeated and that Republican Carl Ritchie will take the helm, which will be the second major shift in Charleston. Obviously, a historic victory of William Cogswell earlier this year.
Yeah.
The first Republican to win the mayoral election in Charleston for 80 years. So this means that Charleston, which of course infamously had King Street looted, thousands and thousands of dollars of property damage done in the George Floyd race riots in 2020, has now put a Republican mayor, and it seems is slated to put a Republican sheriff in charge, so that in the event that somebody else is horrifically killed by the police here after Donald Trump takes office, hopefully the city will not be burned down again.
Well, and that is a big political win for Nancy Mace, too. I mean, she went hard to the paint. Dylan's
Yeah, talk about taking a
expression.
scalp, man. She took a scalp on this
She
one.
took a scalp
And she
on
did it
this
with the
one.
help of Matt Lieber, the SCGOP, as well as Jordan Pace of the SC Freedom Caucus. They were working together. They were working in unison on this one.
No, that's a big deal for Nancy Mace as she looks perhaps beyond that congressional seat. And guys, here's another thing that's amazing. Nancy Mace winning that seat handily. This is a district that just 2 cycles ago was a Democrat seat. Joe Cunningham was the representative. Mace knocked him off and then withstood an incredibly well-funded challenger to win last cycle. And by the way, she also did it after Donald Trump endorsed her primary opponent. Now, Trump endorsed her this go-round in the primary, but Nancy Mace, I tell you, she's won.
I didn't look at the fundraising numbers on this one, but just judging by social media, it does not appear that her opponent was nearly as well-funded as Annie Andrews was. Andrews is still on the Democrat dole. She's working for a couple of PACs now, pumping out all sorts of horrifically cringeworthy social media content and writing articles that aren't worth
like
reading.
Annie Andrews.
Well, it's because you don't follow her on social media, clearly.
Well, fair enough.
But this, the jabroni that's running against her, or who was running against her, I think I have like 4 times as many Twitter followers as this guy, and he's running for U.S. Congress. I mean, that's a problem.
That is nicht gut, as the Germans say. But Nancy Mace, I tell you what, that to turn that seat into a lock for the Republicans in such a short time. She won Charleston County the last time. We'll have to look at the
Well, and redistricting didn't hurt her.
It didn't hurt her, but she also, I mean, when you win a deep blue county like Charleston, that's crossover appeal. Rick, let me ask you this, and Dylan, chime in too. I want you guys to chime in on this. Nancy Mace and Alan Wilson are the 2 names that I hear more than any as potential rivals in the governor's race. And I would argue if both of them run and Tim Scott does not, I would argue those would be the top 2 front runners. Who would be the candidate that you would want to work for in that race, Rick?
Honestly, other than you, I don't really know Nancy that well, and I've got a lot of love and appreciation for Alan. So but look, I think the Trump endorsement is going to be a big deal in that primary, which I would feel certain that he would weigh in for somebody. I don't know who that would be. I don't have any inside information, but to me, I think that's going to be the first salvo in the governor's race from 2 years from now is going to be who gets that endorsement.
Yeah.
And what does Henry do? I mean, is he going to stay out of it, or is he going to get involved with one candidate or another? That's another issue that could affect it. But it's I'll say this. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if she really is giving up running every 2 years, giving up a congressional seat that she clearly has firm control of. That's a big move for her.
Yeah.
And Alan, however, has been, he's been there a while and probably ready to do something different. It's going to be interesting to see what she does. You're discounting Evatt.
I am discounting Pam Abbott. I don't think she's got any constituency.
I don't disagree. It's interesting.
Maybe she'll prove me wrong. I just don't think she's got a constituency.
And I just think there's going to be somebody out there too that gets in. It's not going to be a 2-person race.
Yeah.
And it's a small state. It's not expensive to run in it. It's it's going to attract a bunch of candidates, and whoever raises the most money and has the best Trump connections will be the odds-on favorite, I would say.
That's true. And I mean, we talked about Senator Sean Bennett earlier as a possible entry into the race from the legislature. I would imagine he wouldn't be the only member of the legislative branch.
Do you know anything about his MAGA bona fides? Who do you think Trump would throw his support behind as far as the folks who are likely to run in this race?
I think Mace and Wilson both would have pretty good claims. Mace used to work for Trump, and then they got
her
crossed.
January 6th comments did not exactly ingratiate her with Donald Trump. I listened to those live on the radio the day that she made those, and I was like, holy crap, because this was right after she was sworn into office. I was like, she is bold.
But then he put her not on his VP short list, but she was credibly touted as Wall Street Journal and FITSNEWS, by the way.
Yeah, I covered Donald Trump's rally in North Charleston. She spoke at the beginning, and she walked out to what I like to call it wasn't a full Lindsey Graham. A full Lindsey Graham is just getting
Lindsey
booed. I mean, Trump supporters hate Lindsey Graham, but she did get a smattering of boos among some applause. So her rehabilitation in MAGA world, I don't think is quite complete.
Well, and that's also, it goes, she's got a statewide race if she runs for governor, and Alan is a guy who has run statewide many times, has a statewide network. But boy,
look, I don't know her that well, but I just think, from what I've seen, heard, read, she's got a little work to do in terms of her. I don't want to say maturity because that's not fair, but in terms of, look, the comments she's made, that to me is an undisciplined candidate when you make those kind of comments, and I think she's proven that she can be a bit of a wild card at times, and that's not going to Republican establishment contributors, are they going to be willing to take a risk on something like that? I don't know. We'll see.
No, those are good points. I mean, and does she play the game of addition, or is she in that Nikki Haley mold of playing the game of subtraction? If she wants to have a credible statewide presence and build a credible statewide organization, she's going to have to play the game of addition. There's no other way.
And I would like to speak, you asked the question, who would you rather work for? I'm not answering that one, but I will say that I used to work for Alan Wilson in the communications shop at his office. And I will say that he's a very effective bridge burner. He's bridge builder.
Well,
he's
I was
very
about to say.
effective. He's very effective at playing the game of addition. Sorry there. But, and I think that's something that he would not make a mistake like what we just referenced on the January 6th comments. It's just not something that a seasoned politician like him would do.
I think running for Congress and the opponent she had, which by the way, she was an Irma girl, and I think I don't know that she was the strongest opponent. I mean, I know a lot of people put a lot of stock in her, but I would say that I just think ultimately Alan's going to have a real edge when it comes to fundraising and building getting the establishment of the party behind him. And look, he's clearly got the conservative bona fides.
Checking back in Wisconsin, folks, 54% of the vote is in. Donald Trump, 49.7. Kamala Harris, 48.8.
Oh, Lord.
It's very close, but that estimated Trump margin is up to 1.6 in Wisconsin.
So when you say that, you're getting an estimated point margin from whom?
New York Times is projecting that. That's their estimated margin based on the
precincts outstanding
votes that are out there.
Yeah.
And they're still calling it a toss-up, although they've got this little needle where they say it's leaning toward, it's almost toward where it leans to Trump.
Yeah, that's
Very
one.
close.
I'll admit that's the one thing that they do a pretty good job with those estimates. At the Times, it's probably the only good thing they do. But can you imagine? I just texted my wife. I wanted to make sure she's recording Rachel Maddow. You want to see that meltdown if this happens? Oh Lord,
Guys,
so it's going to be the first time I actually watch her TV show. Her and Joe Scarborough are going to get my full attention.
24% of the vote in Michigan. Kamala Harris currently up by 0.25 percentage point, but that New York Times estimated margin, 2.3% in Trump's favor. 2.3 is what they're currently estimating. That is way up from what we saw earlier in the night. Let's go over to Pennsylvania. 57% of the vote in. It is 51-48 Trump. The estimated margin there up to 2.1% with, again, 57% of the vote in. Guys, the blue wall is showing some cracks.
Yeah. I keep hearing. I kept hearing from the folks that I most rely upon for doing polling that Michigan was going to be a real hard nut to crack. They weren't saying it was impossible. We're going to have to see. But yeah, look, I keep saying this. There has been a shift. The Democratic Party has lost the ear of the blue collar, lower middle class voter, and they're particularly Pennsylvania, in my mind, Wisconsin, are two states where long term, if the party does their job right and we don't have the 10 ear that the Democratic Party has, I really feel like this could be a long term trend that we could hold on to it. But we got to learn the lessons and not let happen what happened to the Republican Party happen to the Democratic Party happen to the Republican Party. If it looks like what's going to happen happens.
Well, Rick, you were talking earlier about some of these districts where there were very high levels of non-white registered voters, Senate races here in South Carolina. Dylan, I want you to cite this AP Votecast, black male voters. What percentage are you seeing there that Trump is getting on that tweet you just referenced?
What was it, 23? I mean, you're looking at it right now. I don't have it in front of my eyes.
23, yeah. 23% of black men, Trump is winning, according to this AP Votecast. Rick,
is that from exit polling?
I'm guessing, but could that play into what we're seeing in some of these Senate races?
Mm-hmm. No doubt. I mean, it's a base the Democrats cannot afford to give up, and it appears they have. And look, I think that's been a long-term problem all over the state, and particularly in the western quarter of the state for the Democrats for a long time, and it's been just getting worse and worse.
I'll tell you what, it is. If they lose that percentage, these swing states are going to be all falling Trump's way tonight. All of them. I don't think there's a single one she's going to win if that's the percentage of the black male vote that Donald Trump is getting tonight. Again, it's an exit poll. take it with an ocean of salt, but wow, what a significant development that would be in this election.
And is it something, if it's true, is it something Republicans can count on in the future? I don't know. To me, it's somewhat of the cult of personality. We'll see.
Yeah, do you think a J.D. Vance is as appealing to the black community as a guy like Donald Trump? I mean, he's an icon. He's been in the media for decades at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I still say that the lawfare thing that's been going on impacted that. If that's true, I think you have to point to that as a possible reason for it. And look, I mean, any Republican getting more than 10 points of African American vote, male or female, that's doing something.
So we talked about Iowa earlier, and there was a huge buzz in Democratic circles when the poll came out. What was it? Just a couple of days ago, that showed Iowa in play for Kamala Harris. That was the big buzz. Remember? Currently, 55% of the vote is in Iowa. Donald Trump, 55.7%. Kamala Harris at 43%. A 12.7% lead, and the estimated margin is 12%. Guys, sunshine pumping. I'm telling you, that was some sunshine pumping. What was the goal of that? Let me ask you this. What was the goal of putting out a poll like that? Was it to try to show Democrats certain states are in play, get out the vote? I mean, what was that poll was going to be off by 15%.
Yeah, I think that she might have jumped on the hand grenade there just to keep the morale up so that they don't run the risk. I mean, nobody wants on election day to have their electorate completely demoralized and think, what the heck's the point of wasting 45 minutes of my day to go cast my vote?
Yeah, and I still say the media. Look, it's not a secret, particularly since Real Clear's been around. There's certain firms and certain people that are willing to throw numbers out just to try to bolster the chances for their candidate, and it would appear that she's kind of hurt her reputation pretty dramatically by maybe doing that, and maybe she was just too close to the issue. I said that earlier. I mean, to cite such a provocative commentary about older women voters when clearly, I mean, look, states don't move on their own. That would have shown up in some other states somewhere else if that was actually a statistic that was real.
Yeah.
And so maybe she's just too close to it. That can happen. It's happened to the best of us. So.
Well, it was crazy too. The same day that poll was released, an Emerson poll came out, which had Trump up 10 in Iowa. So, it's kind of like, oh, wow.
And Emerson does it right. They call balls and strikes as a polling firm for sure.
They do. They've had some good numbers in this race. We got another state. Again, no surprise here. Kansas goes for Donald Trump. I'm sure that'll upset Mandy Matney, a Kansas native and former FITSNEWS employee. But nonetheless, Kansas has gone for Donald Trump. That puts him at 210 electoral votes. They're laughing at me. You know what? Throw an elbow at me, I'll throw a little bit of an elbow back. Anyway.
Speaking of pettiness.
210. I'm going to play the game of addition, unless I'm subtracting. Anyway, I'm sure that all 5 of our true crime watchers that are still on are furious. But Trump at 210 electoral votes now. He is 60 votes away. Rick Quinn from the magic number. Kamala Harris, 112. Some work to do. And the places where she needs to do that work, not looking good.
And sorry, I was trying to read some numbers from around the country. What were y'all saying about, reiterate for me what's going on in Arizona one more time?
Yeah, Arizona's got 53% of the vote in. Donald Trump is currently ahead by a minuscule margin. We're talking 1.8 million votes in the bank. Rick Quinn, Trump is only ahead right now by 1,000. 1,000 is 49.6 to 49.5. However, that estimated margin, New York Times, again, looking at where these votes are coming from, they're still saying Trump is going to win Arizona by 4.2. But
look, that's 11 votes, electoral votes. That's nothing to play with. I mean, certainly if that were to all of a sudden come in play, that could change the map pretty quick.
It really could.
11 votes in Arizona. That's and by the way, I need to pull up the. Honestly, the numbers had been so strong there. I never thought that was really in play. Maybe it's not. But if you look at the polling, it's pretty consistently 2, 3, 4. Atlas had it at 5, which is why maybe I got a little cocky about Arizona for.
That was your one cocky one. Well, so far, and again, I know I made the case a couple of times on this broadcast tonight that there is a hidden Trump vote. I think when we saw the Florida results come in so strong, we were we're thinking that a little bit, but the polls aren't really that off this
Not
time.
far
They
off.
seem to have done much better than in previous cycles.
Yeah, and like I say, I'm going to send you. There's my statistics professor that taught me polling in college. This binomial distribution theory error rate. I mean, the best polls, have 3-4 percentage points error. So, it's to me. Yes, you can different constituencies can get hard to poll. There's some people that don't want to tell you how they're going to vote. It's your job as a pollster to write scripts that will get them to throw that out. But I would just continue to say that, the margin of error could easily be explained some of this year. Now, look, there's no question. 2016 for darn sure it was there.
Missed the boat.
Oh yeah, and I had and it was just obvious to anybody. I mean, you had people that would clearly tell you they don't want to. Hey, I don't want anybody to know I voted for Trump. How'd you vote?
Yeah.
But I think we've cracked that, and also I don't think the stigmatism is there that it was there for Trump anymore. And I think if it's there, some people are going, you know what, the heck with it. I'm telling you, I'm for him, and I'm going to talk about it. That's just my view of it. I just think a lot of that's margin of error, but this year. But it's maybe I'm wrong. It's happened before.
Dylan, your thoughts?
I just wanted to barge in and let y'all know that Tom Fernandez has declared victory in SC Senate 39.
Oh wow!
Down in Berkeley.
Okay, that's another one. 40.8% minority district. So assuming that there was this monolithic vote that we've always heard about with minority voters, you would only need about 18% of the white vote to win that district as a Democrat.
Wow.
I mean, you could have a heartbeat, just run a campaign. My goodness.
Yeah.
So it's just look. That's awesome for the Republicans and the people that
They also flipped House District 102 down there.
Yep.
Wow.
That's
Jefferson
another-
Jefferson got beat. Interesting.
So